main adventure has all sorts of side stuff that we're just going to skip.
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay, so we're level 4 now?
yes, everyone's level 4.
Okay.
So let's return us to Phandalin. Okay, got you, Paul. We got Jason. I have resumed the stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you're just watching this now, we are continuing day 2 of 24 hours of Dungeons and Dragons, all to benefit Extra Life. Donations going to children's hospitals. As you can see from our little tracker here, we have raised $1,000 that will be going to Boston Children's Hospital. Isn't that cool?
That is awesome.
So, just as a reminder, I'm Christiana Ellis. I'm the Dungeon Master for this game. Our players, we have David Archambault as playing Billy the Sorcerer and Secretarian of this branch of Acquisitions Incorporated. We're welcoming back Jason Banks playing Kip Heist. You are the occultant, if I recall correctly.
I am.
Yes, the occultant of this Acquisitions Incorporated branch. Lee Burdett as Bug, the Bugbear Barbarian and Obviator for the Phandalin branch of Acquisitions Incorporated.
Yes.
We will briefly reintroduce Mark in a moment when he's back on camera. We have Nobilis Reed playing Brother Arwen Foss, the newly welcomed Documancer for this branch of Acquisitions Incorporated. And then, of course, Paul Weimer as Katalis. Sorry, it's been a long time. It's Katalis, the Air Genasi cartographer for.
Yep, and Tempest Cleric, yes.
And Tempest Cleric. And we'll have Spence back in a moment as well. But, what we're doing now is the party that had gone on this last adventure has just returned to the base in the cellar of the former Trezendar Manor. So there we got back in front of the camera now. We have Mark Kilfoyle playing Yoskrin.
We reached that point, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yoskrin. What's so hard about that?
Has returned from being sucked inside the magical artifact known as the Orrery of the Wanderer, and and I have a really fun note about that I'll share with you in a moment. So special projects for this branch of Acquisitions Incorporated, and we're just waiting on Spence to come back, who's playing Draylin, who is a halfling paladin and the decisionist for this branch of Acquisitions Incorporated. So that is the party. So as we left things this morning, I just see Lorwyn in the chat saying, "Can I level up too?" And I say yes. I'm the one that gets to decide, and I say yes. So where we left things is that we had the missing party members not really missing, but just working on the franchise's business. So we suggested that it made sense for Katalis as cartographer to do a thorough exploration of the territory. Instead of just relying on other maps made by others that would be possibly out of date, you would be making a survey of the existing territory, making your own new map, and also spreading out and handing out branding material for your new branch, Acquisitions Incorporated, Phandalin branch under new management. And so we're going to have you roll for the Explore Territory activity. So you are going to be spending 200 gold of franchise funds, and you are the cartographer. So you're going to make a survival check, and you have a +2 because you're the cartographer. You are spending 2 weeks doing this, and so you're going to get an additional +1. And if you wanted to spend even more money, you could get an additional +1. But otherwise, you're making a survival check with +3.
Okay, my survival's a +4. I'm feeling lucky. That'll be a 23.
Very good. You discover new customers.
All right.
Yeah. You find nearby in the mountains, you find a little community of gnomes that mostly stay to themselves and don't come into Phandalin very often. But they seem like they're eager to do new trading, and so they seem like they don't have a lot of immediate dire threats needed, but certainly they have various miscellaneous tasks that you could potentially have your hirelings do. And so the presence of new customers lowers your franchise costs by 25% for 2d4 months. So I'm going to roll the 2d4. It's 2 and a 3. So for the next 5 months, your franchise costs are reduced by 25%. And we had established that your franchise costs were going to be 120 gold per month. And let's go ahead and take that cost now. So whoever we have sort of tracking the party funds, 120 gold minus 25% is going to be 90 gold, and so your monthly franchise fee is paid.
Yeah, the number wasn't really updated. Like, I know we had a 100 plus 160 from the lighthouse.
I was tracking it yesterday, but I don't know if
this is the problem with having the person who is assigned as horse person not actually present.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got 160 from the lighthouse?
We got more than
At
that.
least.
Because we had 577 yesterday.
Right. And then we spent a lot of that
Well, and then you got more. You guys were tracking it in the hangout. Like, I'm not doing this for you. You guys figure it out.
Yeah.
I know I subtracted my activities from that. Like, my computer's.
So, according to this hangout that you guys were posting in, you had 829 gold before you went to the lighthouse.
Right, and we found some jade bars, some gemstone bars. We found 500 silver.
Black Jasper.
Yeah, we found black jasper bars. We found
gems.
The platinum collar.
Yeah, we found a potion of frost giant strength, 2 potions of healing, one of which was used, potion of heroism. I don't have the details for the gems. We found the collective maps of the trade routes and the incorporation documents.
The gems were 11 at 10 gold each.
That was the Black Jasper.
Yeah.
There was another set.
Yeah, another set of 250 gold. So you guys figure it out, but also deduct 90 gold for your first monthly franchise payment. You guys figure it out. All right, so of interest to Kip, I'm sure, is that there's also been some activity related to the election. There's been some coaching of Sildar to make him regain his confidence, and there's been some headway gained there. But there's also been some schmoozing with Harbin, basically trying to see if you can maintain business relationships with him despite your coaching of Sildar and that sort of thing. And right now, based on you guys, you had a vote of the members present that you are not going to, at the very least, you are not going to try actively to make Sildar win the election, because what Harbin wants right now is to win. And so for the financial gain of the franchise, you decided that making an enemy of him was not currently prudent. That's where things stand now. But you, Kip, we had decided that you were off renewing your connections with your smuggling contacts.
Indeed.
So we're going to call that a shady business practice. And so you need to spend 50 gold of franchise funds, but you are going to make either an intelligence investigation check or perhaps a sleight of hand check for if you're gonna just like if you're. I think investigation is the one that makes sense here.
Yeah.
Or unless you want to make it more like a persuasion that you're working with your contacts to just set up deals, you could also do that.
Oh, I'll take that.
Okay. So I'm what we're going to actually do. How about this? One persuasion, one investigation, one sleight of hand, and we're looking for 3 successes or however many you get. But that's and the DC, the way this works is the DC is somewhat random. But so to begin with, let's make an investigation check, and we're looking to beat. Oh, that's a relatively high one. We're looking to beat 16.
Muted.
Was that investigation you said?
Yeah, this one is investigation.
All right. That'd be 13.
Okay, so that one didn't succeed. But how about a persuasion check? And this one you're trying to beat. You're trying to beat just a 10 for this one.
Oh no. I have to roll it again. I have to roll it again. It was cocked.
Okay.
Under my moment. That's a 20, not that.
Okay, good. So that's a success. One more, and if you want, maybe this could be like a deception instead of sleight of hand, if you prefer. You're just trying to beat an 11 with this one.
Anytime you give me charisma, I'll take it.
Sure.
What was that to beat?
Just 11.
Nice. 14.
Okay, so out of 3, you have 2 successes, and what that means is the shady business practice is a moderate success, providing 100 gold in profits per franchise rank, which means you spent 50 gold, but you make that back plus an additional 100 gold. And additionally, you gain a minor benefit related to the enterprise. So let's talk about what that might be. So reestablishing your smuggling contacts, what's a minor benefit for the franchise related to your activity?
Well, how has the construction gone, and how has our supplies, like any supplies and stuff that we need pertaining to adventuring and paying our people?
So you've got the cellar at this point. The cellar in the manor has been pretty much made livable. Like you've certainly cleaned out all of the dead bodies. You have moved some furniture in there. You've got it basically to where you could live there, right? There's not been a lot of renovation made to the upper building, but that's partly just because as things stand right now, if you want, you can either pay yourself to have that rebuilt, or you could have it come out of paying additional monthly fees. But current fee is covering just the renovation of the cellar, but it's been made livable.
Okay. Could I use the extra 100 gold to renovate the upstairs?
Well,
there's no upstairs to renovate. It's a.
You're essentially going to be rebuilding a whole new building, and so it's going to cost more than 100 gold, but you could certainly get it started.
Okay. Well, how about instead of a mansion, could I do a storage that we could use?
So how about this? Let's say that you reinvest the profits of that 100 gold in a contract with some people to come and build like a basic sort of storefront and small warehouse space.
Yes.
It's going to take a few weeks to do, and you're going to owe, let's say, another 200 gold on it total. But once you do, that's paid for, and there's no additional cost in your franchise fee.
That's fine. What about our do our profits and our pay come solely from what we make, or do we get something else from acquisitions?
No. So what acquisitions? Your monthly fee that you pay the head office covers the salary of your major domo and your various staff. So you have Gorko and Pasky and Gilda. Are you're working for you. That'll do whatever you say, and their salary is covered. And the other various organizational things, and that at your current rank, that's what it covers. And so when you go out adventuring, you are licensed to use Acquisitions Incorporated branding, all of that sort of thing, but you basically make what you make on your adventures, and then you pay the monthly fee.
That's fine. Do I have enough time after getting this set up to do some of my occultant stuff? I would like to see how that affects how our last outing with the undead and all that stuff has affected us.
Sure. So tell me, like, I don't off the top of my head know what that means, but tell me.
Basically, it affects the fate of our. We see how our endeavors and our victories or killing these things has affected the fate of the franchise. It has, removing this undead threat in the cellar and all the way here, has that affected us and maybe helped us gain rank or get us closer to gaining rank or maybe some notoriety?
So how about this? Because you weren't present, you can't do that specific read the dead thing, but you can go ahead and let's say make your magic is charisma based. So how about this? If you don't have Arcana, we'll just have you make a straight charisma check to meditate on your occultant abacus and try to determine the effects.
Awesome. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. I do have insight. Would that work and stuff?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay.
Your insight as you study the abacus.
13.
So you get a general sense that your party's activity is leading to potential gain, but that it is still very perilous.
Okay.
So let's resolve though everybody else teleporting back and sharing what they experienced there at the lighthouse. As Huber promised, both Wizzy and Talantha recover in approximately the time frame that he said. Wizzy is overjoyed to reunite with his familiar Rainbow, the spider. Talantha recovers, and both of them are very grateful to be rescued, but slightly dismayed to learn like everyone else is dead and that you left that guy there. But they don't blame you because it sounds like he was really tough. It's just they're sad about that result, right? Like you guys are, frankly, right? So,
yeah.
It's like nobody blames you. They're not saying
like flagellation type.
I will just go ahead and let you guys know in a meta sense that guy's an archmage. He could absolutely have wiped the floor.
Oh,
He has 9 level spells. So, yeah. Not to mention that he really just didn't want to fight you. So even if you did get anywhere at all towards hurting him, he'd just teleport away. So,
yeah, at least this way we can report to the home office and say, he's, we're us, but he's like up here.
No. Like, hey, look, they don't expect you to take on unreasonable dangers. That's not how you make money.
Yeah.
But like maybe you send an intern to investigate that cave, but that's not, the same thing. Anyway, though, first of all, the very pleasant surprise that you discover upon consulting with Wizzy is that he had hidden the component that the Order of the Stout Half Pint had found in the cave in Rainbow's terrarium.
yay!
And so
Yay!
the fact that you chose to have him teleport the terrarium too means that you now have the Rotor of Return.
Nice.
Ooh.
So,
Oh, boy.
and both he and Talantha are, they speak to you and just kind of say, obviously they're without a franchise at the moment, both of them. Talantha is familiar with the area because she belonged to the former Phandalin franchise. They both offer their services as floaters. They understand that at least this is a for now solution until they can perhaps become of their own part of their own franchise team again. If you're not inviting them to join necessarily here, I'll say Talantha is the sort of person who she's good, she's competent, but she's very passive aggressive about all the changes that you make and the decisions that you make that are different than what she would have made.
Oh, so I hate her.
Well,
Is what you're saying.
she's not mean about it. She's just gonna say like, "Oh, yeah, so you put office in there, huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess that works. Yeah, I guess. We put storage in there just because it seemed like it was a good idea to have the storage just really ready to hand. But I mean, like an office works too. That's what Talantha's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wizzy is probably like, I think probably the rest of you, meaning Wizzy, would briefly consider like, oh, maybe he could be best friends with Yosgrin. They're both kind of like that. And yet, I don't want to speak for you, Yosgrin, but I suspect that what would happen is that they put the two of you both in the workshop like it's a play date, and the two of you both just sit each in your own corner doing your own thing and ignoring each other. That would be my guess, but you can tell me if you think it would be different.
I would want to discuss the magic theory. Maybe he knows spell, I don't know. Maybe I know spell, he doesn't know. But I'm very consumed mostly by the orrery.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, on the orrery front, in addition to having this additional piece that he is delighted to study as well, and that you've discovered, what he lets you guys know is that he has tracked down and believes with some degree of certainty that Dran Enterprises has two pieces of their own located in their headquarters in Luskan.
Oh,
Oh, fun.
if we could get those, it would be complete. Maybe for the first time in a long time.
I thought there were 6 pieces that were
so
missing.
you have 2.
Oh,
if
yeah.
If Dran Enterprises has another 2, then there would still be 2 more.
Still one
somewhere.
more. Yeah.
But we're the ones who have the orrery, and that's the important part. If that franchise is smart.
He clarifies he believes they have it at their corporate headquarters.
Right.
I'm wondering if we can ask headquarters to request those items.
Open negotiations.
Open negotiations. Yeah.
So you submit that proposal that that Acquisitions Incorporated would enter in negotiations with Dran Enterprises for the turnover of those items, and you, after a delay, you're communicating probably via Billy's Secretarian sending stone, I would think.
Yeah.
And so technically, Billy, you are communicating this to the head office secretarian. And so you send this proposal as a message out, and there's a long delay. And the only response is, they say no.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was worth a shot. But at the same time, Draylin, you do potentially have some inside information that could
I know I
theoretically-
do.
Yeah.
I just don't want to go back there because corporate are expletive.
Well, there is a reason that you left,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But yeah,
they're going to need to come to us to make those things of any use. And if we focus on our own profitability, then
Well,
there
so
may.
I only want to stop you in the sense that these artifacts, these pieces, you found the orrery first, but each
Mhm.
piece is actually quite powerful on its own, just somewhat unpredictable.
Yeah. But my point is that um, they will probably contact us at some point in order to make those things of use to them. That contact is kind of likely to be violent, but it will open up the opportunity to negotiate for sale of those items. So I think we're in good shape to continue to look for the other two items, and hope to get to them first because it will strengthen our negotiating position when
Um,
when that comes to a head.
Also,
Bug,
I know more about this than anyone in the world.
Bug says, point. They're unlikely to want to sell them. They're going to want to take ours.
Oh no, I
And
understand
so
that.
the force that comes after these two will put what we have. Let's say we get the other two pieces. The force that comes to take all of it will probably be higher than we can deal with.
We should probably be moving more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can track down any leads for the other two that Dran doesn't have.
Other one.
There are two.
There-
Because
So,
there's six
okay.
pieces.
60. Right.
Yeah, 6
I
pieces
know more than
aside
anyone.
from the
I just can't
orrery.
count.
Yeah. So, yes, there are 2 besides the ones that they think Drown Enterprises has. And what I'm without rolls, just to keep things moving. You do have someone in head office who says they think they have a lead, but it's not solid enough for you guys to act on yet. They will continue to follow that up, and let you know when they know something that you could actually act on.
Okay.
But they
Okay.
do have a lead they're following for
Great.
one piece.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I think you don't have anything, you don't have any actionable intel other than the 2 that would be in Drown Enterprises. I think to the extent, do any of you like ask for advice?
I do.
Okay. Who are you asking? You're contacting head office?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Head
yeah.
office.
You get a typical sort of corporate legalese suggestion that it does sound like that these would be valuable assets of interest to the company, and that as a general practice, as Dran Enterprises represents competition to Acquisitions Incorporated, the removal of assets from their position and addition of them to your possession represents a net gain to the whole organization. And they
Right.
would recommend that you arrange for that to happen in a way that maximizes profits.
Subtext. Go steal it. Got it.
Well, they would never say such a thing.
No, that's a subtext. That's why it's sub.
Well, it is also it is a suggestion with the inherent implied understanding that you should not get caught.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, and even if you did, it's not like it's a legal concern.
I know.
It's more a concern
It's a
of if they
moral
catch you,
concern.
they will murder you.
I will go and, against my better judgment, go and talk to Kip. Hey. What's up, man?
Hi, Miss Goody Two Shoes. How are you?
Not a miss, but anyway.
A reminder that Draylin is non-binary for everybody.
At least you own up to the Goody Two Shoes part.
That was never in question. But anyway, I could use some perspective.
Oh.
So
From me.
yeah, from you.
Oh, if I had pearls, I'd clutch them.
Oh God, I'm gonna regret all this. Anyway, so here's the thing: is that I contacted Home Office about the thing that's um that the two things that Duran Enterprises has. And they said that getting those things would be profitable, so we're supposed to go get them. But knowing headquarters as little or as much as I do, uh, powers that be tell me otherwise. Um, I guess I need help making a plan to go and acquire said things.
So, context. I love this. But what I'll add is that, Draylen, you do know some things about the Luskan headquarters.
Yeah.
And so
like,
I'm going to share that with you now for the aid in making your plans.
yeah. So basically, I'm going to be like, this is the layout. This is what I know.
Well, it's a complicated layout, is the thing.
Yeah. This is what I know.
Yeah. So the nature of their headquarters is really interesting because it's actually on a ship that never stops moving. But there is, in the Luskan docks, there's a tiny little ship that looks like nothing, but it actually contains a teleportation portal that can take you to the headquarters ship, as well as a number of other different places, depending on knowing the code phrase, which they do change sometimes. So you don't necessarily know what the current code phrase would be, but the way to the headquarters ship would be to get to that small ship at the docks and figure out which portal to go through and what's the code phrase to get to the headquarters. That's how you would do it.
Could I potentially use my connections to see if I could find out what the current phrase is and when it'll change? Or if they plan to change it?
Yeah, well, so yes, with a caveat. I'm actually going to let you roll with advantage on a persuasion, but with the caveat that I'm thinking about like the nature of the information and how the adventure works. Yeah, so I think what you'll find. You know what? How about this? You dig into it. We're not going to have you roll. What you find out is that it is something where usually they would only change it once a month. But they have become more paranoid recently, like they're worried about an attack.
Funny how that works.
And that they have been changing it extremely frequently. And while that makes it much more difficult to figure it out before you just get there, it has also made it a little bit chaotic because not everyone they work with is got an eidetic memory.
Oh, okay.
And so it's been a thing where some people can't remember it.
Okay.
And so it's possible that you might, if you go there, be able to find some place that someone has left a reminder for themselves or something like that.
Okay. Would there be a way for me to find out the schedule of when people go on and off of the ship? So I could potentially, if we got there, we might be able to overhear them using it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's potentially true.
Okay.
Draylen also can help. I mean, obviously, one possible option is she used to work there. She does know people there. They, right. Thank you. Sorry. They do know people there, so that's possibly a means of finding out that information as well. But what you can learn about this is that they You know what? How about this? Heist planning montage. Let me show you the layout of that dock area.
Cool.
So there's this little ship known as the Dangerous Business. And so coming from the docks, it's got the little berth there. There's a team of 4 guards with big Mastiff dogs that sort of patrols the area right around the base of the docks.
Okay.
Another patrol that is on the end of the docks right there. And then 4 guards that stay on the outside of the ship itself. So it would be hard, certainly, to just sneak by all of those, but potentially some kind of a diversion, right? But it also means that there are lots of people around. They might not all know the password, but probably at least the ones on the boat would.
Well, my goody two-shoes compatriot, you might have to get your hands dirty on this endeavor. Are you okay with that?
I have a list of items of penance that I can do, so yeah.
Is making something explode against your beliefs?
As long as we can try to keep the casualties to a minimum.
Oh, I wasn't intending to kill everyone.
Like, if we can just try to kill people who are bad, that'd be great.
Well, anyone who hoops this is bad.
Right, but there could also be civilians there. I don't want to, like, hurt civilians or innocents, you know?
You're right. Collateral damage is not profitable.
Exactly.
But I do have an idea for a distraction.
Okay.
I think I have a spell in mind.
I'm going to have some slight clarifications just the way this works, because now that I'm reading it in more detail, just so I'm giving you the proper information.
Yeah.
It's not actually a passphrase. What it is that there are multiple portals that you could go through, but which one goes where is what changes.
Oh.
And so what you would need to know to go on purpose to the place you want to go is you would need to know they have symbols that they can switch, right? And so the key is knowing which symbol reflects which destination. The doors are it basically looks like a regular door, but it's a portal.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to be you all know that they have traps on them that you need to be wearing a little round metal pin bearing the symbol of Dran Enterprises. And you, Draylen, never were given one of those because you were basically, as an intern, you were escort only through those portals. But you know that there's a trap on those doors that if you don't have one of those pins, it'll go off. Otherwise, you just need to, once you get in there, you just need to know which door goes where, and you're good.
Okay. So, ultimately, we'll need to go to a local tavern, steal enough pins for the entire party.
You don't necessarily need a pin for everyone, just whoever opens the door.
Okay. Steal a pin for whoever opens the door, and figure out which doors go where at this point.
Depending on the symbols they use, we might be able to read them, but it may take some time. We might want to see if we can find see if there's something that is just a key or a something that reminds them of what symbols mean where they're going.
Right. And I can probably spot some of the more forgetful people if we go to a local tavern and just point them out or something. And anybody that we know who is nimble-fingered, might be able to search their person.
And Clockwipe, you've done that. All of you are in Luskin. And with your combination of connections, persuasion, sleight of hand, clever moves, you managed to steal one of these pins off of one of these employees.
Mm-hmm.
And you have got a note that he made for himself to remind him which symbol means which destination today.
Okay.
So,
And I have my hood down kind of low because I don't want anybody recognizing me.
Mhm.
I'm trying to be as nondescript as possible.
so where I imagine all of you are coming here. Is that the plan, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I missed the last fun. I'm not going to miss this fun.
Sure.
Bug left his very distinctive tunic at home.
Yeah,
And
we
his tie.
got you something less colorful but still sturdy.
I have my patchwork coat and the leather sack over the orrery on my back.
All right.
And Billy, he keeps his sending stone on him, but usually where he might usually have it displayed, so has a symbol on it, it's tucked away.
Oh yeah. I will remind everybody to take off their AI patches
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh,
Yeah. Good
It's
thinking.
kind of holding a couple of pieces together. I'll have to rewire something.
Yeah.
The other thing you'll notice is that Yoskren has also added thin little ropes of leather that run down underneath the tarp and kind of come up into a little ringlet on his shoulder, so you can pull different ones.
Okay. Yeah. The tie with the AI and the I voted sticker on it has been left on his bunk.
So, you guys, we're gonna brush past again, like actually role playing out sort of all of this. But let's say you guys probably have in mind a diversion to draw some of these guards away. But what is it?
you're muted, Jason.
Thunderclap.
Okay, so you're just making a loud noise, hoping to draw them over.
Yeah, because I don't have to. It doesn't have to be around me. I can actually put it wherever, and it's just instantaneous. And as long as we're not within 100 feet of it, we none of them will have to make a Constitution save.
Okay. So I think that with that and perhaps a couple of little follow-up noises, kind of drawing them away, we'll say that ends up drawing both of the patrols away, but you still have the 4 remaining on the deck of this little boat. Their task is to stay there regardless.
Okay.
Non-lethal damage is a thing.
Non-lethal damage.
damage is a thing.
Yeah.
So
I'll remind you that what non-lethal damage requires is a melee attack with a non-edged weapon.
yeah, so I will take my mace
Mhm.
and just try to do a surprise attack, to knock these guys out.
All right. Well, who else is joining you with that? Because you're going to be able to do one of those per turn.
Mm-hmm.
Bug will.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have any of that.
Katalis has a mace, so I will join in.
Nobilis, what's your character? Sorry. What's your character's name?
Arwen.
Arwen.
Arwen. Billy will offer you a club if to do a
Billy Club.
Okay.
yeah.
I will take Billy's club. Can I slap it in my hand a second? That's ought to do.
All right. After what I'm sure would be a hilarious and exhilarating encounter, you take out the guards. And you you probably drag them inside unconscious, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tied up.
Yeah. So as you are infiltrating that area, the small square cabin's interior is far larger than its exterior, opening up as an oval room 30 feet long and 15 feet wide.
Awesome.
Is this boat blue?
No, although I can see why you would ask. So, crumpled on the floor before an iron door on the far side of the room, the body of a guard lies in a pool of blood. Standing closed between you and the body, 6 other oval-shaped iron doors are the only features in the room. Each door has a heavy latch that bears the insignia of Dran Enterprises, but no lock is visible. Above each of the iron doors, differently shaped and glowing colored stone is set. So there's a different stone for each door. But there's also a guard whose job is to stand in here who seems like he's dead already. Not one of the ones that you just knocked out.
Yeah, that's not good.
He may have forgotten which one he should have tried to go through.
Can I
Or
check the guards that we just knocked out and make sure that they're Dran Enterprises?
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Or...
Well, they all have the pin.
Okay.
do any of them have a symbol, a mark on them? Or
Oh, if you're looking for the necromantic sigil, no, none of them have that.
okay. Not even the dead one?
Nope.
Okay.
I think somebody's going after this before us. We should go through right away.
We should hurry.
Whoever feels like they are so inclined can make an intelligence check.
I will.
Okay.
I'll
Straight
try.
intelligence.
And yeah, Draylen can roll with advantage on this one.
Oh, sweet. Because I am not that intelligent.
Can I try Arcana?
12.
Arcana works, yeah.
No, so that was
That's
14.
an
Uh,
15. 15.
I got a. So it's just straight intelligence check.
Yeah.
Okay. 17.
Okay. Did anyone beat 17? I didn't hear everybody's clearly.
Nope. I got a nat
Okay.
one.
So, well, with 17, what you know, Draylen, is that the way that they change it,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of which door is which, is just by moving the stones around.
Okay.
But the enchantment in terms of which stone means which, so the point is, all that it takes to change the code, so to speak, is to move the stones.
Mm-hmm.
But you obviously, unless you know what the last code was, you wouldn't know which ones to switch, right?
Right.
But what you realize is that if someone else came in here before you, they could have moved the stones.
But they could not have moved the stones after they left. So if there's one door open and there's a stone over it, that's the one that they left through.
But these are portals or doors?
They're doors, but you know that they conceal portals.
And one of them is open?
Let me clarify.
Did you say?
I don't think one of them was open. It's there's
okay.
6 iron doors. You came in through one door. Okay, so yeah,
Which
there's
one
an
is
iron door
the-
on the far side of the room, and there are 6 other rooms. So the guard was in front of one of them,
Okay.
but there are 6 others. So there are 7
Oh,
doors.
Okay. Well,
The guard was in front of one of them, but it was not open.
okay. I think without any other clues to go by, we should go through the one that has the guard in front of it.
I'm on board with that.
Also, is which does that one match the symbol that we have?
Let's see. You know what? Let's not belabor the mechanics of this. You're not sure anymore.
Okay.
There's a creature at my feet. I think this person might know the right answer. Would that be a reasonable guess I would make?
Okay.
If you wanted to, are you thinking speak with dead?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh no, he's not alive. But there are guards. There are guards upstairs. Miss
Right,
brought them
but
down
they're-
here. So
they
one of
weren't
them is at
down
least
here.
alive.
Yeah,
I will
the
go. I
four
will
unconscious
put the
ones.
orrery on the ground
Mhm.
and then stick my head underneath the leather, and I start to whisper to it. I name the ship. If it's within 10 miles, it will tell me the safest route to get there, which should be one of these doors.
Interesting.
Safest and most direct route.
All right. Well, so here is an important question.
Mhm.
On the one hand, that could work, and you would skip a chunk of the adventure because it's not intended for you to be able to guess which one it is.
No.
On the other hand, it would work, and we could just move on. So the adventure is designed such that you don't know which one it is.
Okay.
But if you wanted, no, it's in the chat we got you broke the game. It's not that. It's just a matter of I'm letting you guys know that if you do that, you'll be skipping a significant section of the adventure that's designed to be like, yeah, it's like, all right, it's like a warp zone, right? You're skipping ahead is what it is.
Well,
You're not breaking anything. I'm just letting you know if we do it that way, you are skipping part of the adventure.
considering that we've been really slow up to this point.
Yeah, so we can do that I mean, absolutely we can do that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call a vote.
Sounds good to me.
All in favor.
Vote.
I'm in favor.
Yeah.
In favor.
Favor of what? What are we voting? Which one?
Skipping.
That you're going to go ahead and follow what you did and go through and have the door this is going to work. But what it means is that the part of the adventure where you're skipping through the various portals and going to all these different places briefly while you're trying to race against this other infiltrating team, you'll be skipping that because but that's okay, because in that it just leaves us more time to do other stuff in the adventure, which is also good. So
Yeah. I mean, unless it's like we're going to skip right to the end and then for the last 4 hours looking at each other, I mean.
And Mark, don't feel too bad, because in some respects, this whole section is loosely the inspiration for the hotel one shot that we did a few weeks back on So Many Levels.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
Well,
basically all of
content.
these doors that just go all of these different ways. So it's fine. I was just letting you guys know that this is, if this works, it represents skipping a chunk of the adventure, which is fine. I just wanted to give you guys the informed choice is all. So it works. And you realize that it is guiding you towards one of these portal doors that is not the one that you would have thought based on the code you had.
It's this one. I am
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
We don't really have any other things to go on, so let's give it a shot.
Yep.
So how do these doors open? Do we just open them?
Well, the person who
Whoever
has
has
the
the
pin
pin.
opens it.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I'm going to assume I have the pin, I guess.
Yes.
So I will open the door.
All right. You do that. And you are certainly beating the other team there for sure. So you open the door, and it immediately sucks everybody in the room through it.
Including the dead body?
Yes.
Didn't last time.
Disgusting.
Sweet.
I'm just deciding that that's happening. At last, you step through this iron door that leads into a palatial room on Dran Enterprises' headquarters ship. A placard on one richly polished wooden wall reads, "The Maverick." 2 dazzling chandeliers, fine paintings, and lacquered chairs and tables set with gold trim decorate this opulent and expansive study. Large curved windows to all sides reveal that you are below decks and far out to sea, the ship's wake extending behind it under clear skies. But you are not alone. The only person in the room is a businesslike lizard folk wearing a collar, a bow tie, and spectacles. And he looks like, here, I have a handout that's got the, there we go. That's a better picture of this guy. Yeah, and I think you don't know Brockus, Draylen, but you know who he is. And he's basically like the headquarters major domo for Vajana Enterprises, the equivalent. So he studies you, touching his fingers to his chin as depicted in the image. And he says, yes, may I help you?
Hi, you must be Brockus. I've heard so much about you.
Yes, you, one of the interns who left, if I recall correctly.
I left, but then I got asked to come back for a brief a brief mission. I haven't really associated with anyone else yet.
Oh, so you're making a deception that you're here
yeah.
on official business?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to hell. I might as well just
no. I
I
love it, but there's a piece of this that you don't know, and that is that he actually already knows who all of you are. He studies the competition. It's his business. And ever since you guys established a new franchise, that's exactly the sort of things he keeps tabs on, perhaps through his network of spies, including people in Phandalin.
Yeah, great.
So so
rolling at disadvantage.
You begin with that whole thing, and he says, "I'm going to stop you right there." Let me actually just we got to this a little fast, so let me just read through this and make sure there isn't anything that's changing as a result of you guys being here a bit faster.
If he says my name, I'm gonna turn to Bug and be like, Brockus knows my name. I don't know what's going on, but that's kind of cool.
Yeah, Bug says, I'm impressed.
I'm impressed.
How do you all know each other?
Yeah, so what he's going to say is I was asking your names as just a matter of formality. I am, of course, aware that you are, though you are not bearing your official livery at the moment, you are representatives of the Phandalin branch of Acquisitions Incorporated. I believe you have known yourselves as the Yarrowers.
Yes.
Yes, well, I understand that you, too, are interested in these components of the Orrery of the Wanderer.
Yes.
Yes? Yes, well, I have no doubt that you are here to recover the chronolometer and the dimensional loop. Yes?
Well, that would be beneficial, yes. Especially considering that other people have killed to try to get here, and we are trying to not do that.
Yes. Well, I understand where you're coming from, and I ordinarily view the process of utterly destroying or driving out or just rendering insolvent a franchise of Acquisitions Incorporated just to be part of our normal business as a sound investment decision. However, I have been made aware of some extenuating circumstances that influence me in this present circumstance to treat you rather differently than I might under different circumstances. And specifically, what that is that our headquarters is presently under assault by an infiltration team from an organization known as the Six.
Ah, yes, we've had we have experienced some of the Six's leftovers.
Yes. I suspect that it was them that led the assault on both your Phandalin branch before you took it over and the Silent Town Lighthouse, yes?
Yes, that's our understanding as well.
Yes, well, I have a proposition for you, and ordinarily, the Grand Dran Enterprises would not, I shall not use demeaning language, would not enter into a partnership with Acquisitions Incorporated. But in this present circumstance, the presence of a infiltration force from the Six on their way here right now to kill me and take those parts, I would prefer, given the available options, to offer you the parts in exchange for saving my life from those individuals. So if you will remain here, defend this office from their force, I shall hand over those components to you as compensation. How does that sound?
I look around to everybody. Give me a nod if you're on board.
Oh, yeah.
So long as you have them.
And so long as you don't back out once we kill these guys.
Oh, Brockus is one of the most trustworthy people in Dran Enterprises. I endorse their
he stands a little straighter and adjusts his glasses.
Yeah. No,
You know
this
him?
is the person who does not back out of their agreements.
That's fine. Just
Lawful evil, strictly.
A contract is a contract.
I want to do an insight check on Draylen.
On Draylen? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, go for it.
This seems way too cozy and familiar.
Dude, I am starstruck right now.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you have any particular reason to
No.
doubt her. I mean, she let you guys know that she used to intern here.
Yep.
So it was through her contacts that you made
But
made a lot of your inroads here.
Does she seem kind of surprised, overwhelmed? Are we being set up by her? I'm a little suspicious, but at that point, I don't seem to notice anything.
I am confused, but I completely trust Brackus.
Okay. That's good enough for me.
Or at the very least, that he seems motivated to work with you instead of in opposition to you at the present moment.
Right.
Question.
You're asking Brockus?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you have any objections to us damaging the floor?
Well, if it can be avoided, certainly. But I understand that the nature of combat being what it is, that sometimes these things happen. And I would absolutely prefer the floor to be damaged rather than, for example, myself.
Do you have a map of this area to kind of?
I actually don't have a map for that
okay.
this area.
Because we popped out of here right where we're standing. I have 2 hunting traps that I can set up ahead of time, which can potentially immobilize at least 2 of our enemies as soon as they appear.
I like this plan.
Through the door.
Yep.
It worked before. Let's do it again.
All right.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me. I don't have a map, but I'm going to make a like a stand-in map, just because so we can do tactics.
Okay.
So let's just go ahead and make a simple shape here. That this is the basic room that you're in, and the portal is right there. And let's go ahead and give God a Brackus. Let's get you guys in there. Okay. There we go. And let's put on some exciting music. And so how you guys feel, you don't know how much time you have, but it's probably not long. How are you preparing?
Oh, is there a desk? Or
right now, this is like a big, open, sort of elegant area. There's a desk like way off in the corner. But this is like the lobby.
Brackus should hide behind the desk, or at least conceal himself.
Way ahead of you.
And then,
in many respects, but in this one at the moment. Yeah, so he's going to go hide. Yeah.
Okay.
But in front of the portal, where it'd be immediately obvious,
Yeah,
that body came through.
Right. Okay.
And put that, and basically, and if there's other places we can hide, maybe make them think,
So there's not a lot of places for cover in this room.
Okay.
But you wanted to set out these 2 bear traps? Yes? Hunting traps? Hello?
Yeah.
You're muted,
Lee,
Lee.
you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to prevent you from hearing my answering machine going off. The 2 square, 1 square each for the hunting traps right in front of the portal.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Bloop. Bloop. All right.
Excellent.
Does Brackus have a potted plant of any kind in his office?
Sure.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I'm actually going to set the pot. I'm going to actually bust the pot and leave the soil and the clay part of the pot in a pile near where the portal is.
Okay. You do that and you hear from across the room.
Buggle say At least I checked before I broke the floor.
Yeah. As the only prep that I can find is I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Okay.
It's got a 10-minute duration. That ought to be long enough.
Sure.
Okay. And Bug is going to take front and center position, just right, like 2 steps below where Arwen is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Arwen is right now. That's where Bug is going to stand with his great axe, just waiting.
Right.
And I think Draylen's in a great position right there. So.
Yeah, Arwen's going to be back further.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading something. Please tell me if you need me to move you. I was reading something else. So I missed anything you said. Already.
Yeah.
Arwen's backing up from where he is. That's.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Bug is right in front of that, the pink square that you did. One more over to the right.
Like that.
Yep, like that.
I didn't even mean to do that one little, but it's a landmark now. So, anyone else?
Billy's gonna be in the kind of about middle of the left side along the wall. Yeah.
All right.
I'm good exactly where I am.
Great.
Can I have Bane ready to go for the first 3 people that come through the portal?
I'm gonna say no, only because you don't know when it's gonna happen.
All right.
Right.
So if you're
Okay.
holding it and 6 seconds goes by, you lose the spell slot.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the, I guess, west of the door, parallel with the door.
Like
Yeah,
that.
but 30 feet over. A little bit ahead so I can see when they step out. And I'm going to cast and continually recast an illusion
Okay.
of a large orc who's armed and standing right there in front of the door.
Okay. Let's see if I actually have. I don't have a standard orc.
Every minute I refresh
okay.
this illusion.
Yeah.
Do you want to cast that illusion on Bug?
Nope. I
Okay.
want them to get.
I'm making this that bullywug is the stand-in for your orc illusion. All right. Kip, where do you want to be?
Just back me up, straight back with the one that's straight back behind, like right in front of the door or the portal. Whoever that is in the very, very back.
Oh, that's Arwen.
Yep, I'll be beside them.
All right. Braylon?
I'm fine where I'm at.
Okay. And Bug, did you say you were right there as well?
Yeah.
All right. Great. So
How
you're
about
just.
Catulus?
I'm exactly where I want to be.
Okay. So, you guys make all your preparations, and you're standing there, and nothing's happening right away.
They have to go through all the other worlds first, right? It's the.
Well,
I want to ask Brackus, where did the other doors lead to?
well, I do believe that the. Just where do the other ones go?
Like, can we expect that they might have exhausted their spells or be injured?
He says that based on the pattern of different portal activations,
Mm-hmm.
he has reason to believe that this infiltration squad going through didn't know which ones to go through, and they're literally just going through each in turn to try to get where they're going.
Right.
And so he says that there's a there's one that is specifically marked to never open. They opened it. It led a monster out, and they fought it, I believe. One goes to just a warehouse. Another goes to a different ship far across the sea. There's several other ships that it leads to. One goes to where we have a river caravan. One goes to some docks. I don't. Do you have other questions about that? Or?
No, just I wanted to get a sense of if they might be fresh or not.
So, so basically that whole sequence, had we done it, is kind of like the end of the Monsters, Inc., where they're jumping between all the doors. It's the whole idea there. So in any event, he says, I suspect they will be along shortly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, though, something does happen. The portal flares, and let's see. All right, so what we get is first coming through the portal, we get two guys coming through. There we go. One guy comes through, and he makes a dexterity saving throw for the hunting trap. Is that right?
Yeah, DC 13.
Okay. Where's my D20? There it is. Oh, he gets a natural 20, so he avoids it. Does it trigger and he just avoids it, or is it he just avoids it altogether and it's still set?
He just avoids it altogether and it's still set.
It does say that? That's cool.
It actually does not specify.
Oh, okay.
What happens to the trap after it's failed? So I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah.
That was my idea, but you can say it triggers.
My guess is that it triggers, but he was just able to avoid being trapped by it.
Okay.
But then another guy is coming through, and he ends up in the other one who's trying to go through right away, and then he's going to roll low enough that he is trapped by it. So how much damage does he take?
1d4.
1d. Well, okay. You want to roll that for me?
Yeah. Hold on, Bug's character sheet, get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And now go back. No, it's just 1.
Okay.
But he he has no movement.
Right. So these first two come through, and with a pair of snaps, you see one guy manages to just jump out of the way at the last second and evade the trap. The other guy is caught, his leg caught, and he's like, ah! And he's stuck there. But meanwhile, more are coming through. They're pouring through in numbers. Let's see, we've got 4 of these guys. And then, let's see, I think I have a handout for the leader of them. So let me see if I do. Do I not? That's dumb. There's got to be one. You can't have such a cool description and then not have the because I know there's artwork in the book for it. Why? Sorry, give me a moment. I'm just trying to find it because it's too cool to just like not have it at all, except that I can't find it.
But we do appreciate the people who are talking in the chat. So, Lorwyn, thank you so much. We do enjoy it.
All right.
Gallery.
I don't know why they don't have a specific handout for this particular guy, but this is what follows the rest of those guys out. But
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
but let me also though yeah, so I think that this is part of why I'm a little bit confused, is because obviously I skipped past where you guys would have otherwise had your first encounter with him.
Mhm.
So let me see if there's anything else in that section. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here's the description. You see 5 humans and a tall purple-skinned creature. That creature's face has tentacles where its mouth should be, with those tentacles oddly tied into a stylish handlebar mustache. Right. And I know for a fact that there is artwork in the book of that, and why it doesn't have a handout ready for me to show you is annoying. I can't find it right now. Sorry about that. But, yeah. So, yes. The leader of this infiltration crew is a mind flayer.
Where is he?
No.
I haven't put him on the map yet. I have to get his secret.
I copied the picture and put it in the chat.
You found it?
Yeah, in the source material.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so Yeah, so
So-
you see
so-
what I mean? Like, why would they have that artwork in it and then not have this adventure module be able to have me show it to you? Yeah, so let's see. Here, I'll point my camera at it.
That's awesome.
So let's see. I'm not probably focusing properly. Let's.
Oh
There
my god.
we go.
That's
There we go.
amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's
I'm-
who steps through after these humans.
I'm so stealing that.
All right. So let's get this mind flayer actually on the map.
I think what actually makes that picture is the little monocle in its eye.
Yes. Monocle
right.
definitely.
So, they were coming through ready to fight anything that might be there. So we're just going to roll initiative. There's no surprise round on either side.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nat 20. Sorry.
That's all right. No worries. I'm just.
I forgot. You
So
needed
let's.
to do the thing.
It's cool. It's just. Yeah. Give me a moment.
Now, why it won't do that when I'm fighting things is a whole other deal.
All right. Okay, what? There we go. Okay, so gonna take me a moment because there's several different things in play.
Yep.
All right. Got a 11 Mind Flayer initiative. We've got Scout initiative is going to be 19. And then the Cult Fanatic is going to be 16. Okay. Now, Arwen.
12.
Okay. Draylin.
21 total.
All right. Bug.
5.
Billy.
22.
Yoskrin.
16.
16. Kip.
19.
19. Catalyst.
8.
Okay, and then I think I ended up with doubles of Scout. Yeah, I sure did. And then Brockus himself, just give him 12. Let's see, what can he actually do? All right. Yeah, okay. So, so let's get this party started. Billy, you are up first as this
Okay.
team pours out of the
Portal.
portal.
Yeah.
You know,
That
the portal pour. It's a, classic move.
tentacle guy looks kind of scary, so gonna do witch bolt at him.
Okay. Does he make a
Yeah.
saving throw or use an attack roll?
I roll,
Okay.
and it's a 15.
15. Let's check out his AC. 15 is a success.
Yes, and that's at second level, so that's 13 damage.
All right. 15. Okay. All right. Are
Okay.
you moving or doing anything else?
Nope.
All right. Next up, Draylin.
Okay, just want to let you know that I did take the Mage Slayer feat with this last level.
Okay.
So if there's a spellcaster among them, I will have things to say.
Sure.
Anyway. So I am going to cast Bane on the Mind Flayer. Zoom in myself.
What's the saving throw?
It's a... One moment. Switching things. Spells. Bane. They have to make a charisma saving throw, and it has to beat 11.
Wow, the Mind Flayer actually rolls super low and ends up with an 8.
Great.
Oh, wow.
And then I can do up to 3 creatures, so it's the Mind Flayer, and the 2 scouts. Or the 2 scouts in front.
Okay. They get to make their own saving throws.
Yep.
Alright, come on, man. So many friggin' windows open right now.
Yep.
Wow, they all rolled low, so they all fell.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, so they're all baned. And do I have any bonus action? I don't think I do. Sure, I'll do bonus action channel divinity for Vow of Enmity.
Okay.
And I will use that against the Mind Flayer guy.
Okay. Tell me again what that does.
So what that does is it gives me advantage on attack rolls against it for 1 minute.
Okay.
And it doesn't say it's concentration, so.
Alright. Okay. Are you moving?
Yeah, I'm gonna come down towards the first scout that's right in front of me.
Okay. Yeah. It is the scout's turn now.
Cool.
This one is going to attack what it believes is this this orc that's in front of it. And obviously its attack is just going to go right through because it's actually an illusion. And then he says, "Illusion!" But that's his attack for the turn. Oh, technically he gets to make 2 attacks, and he would probably notice that after the first one. So I think Bug gets the second attack.
Okay.
But he rolls only a 10.
Not enough.
All right. I'm going to dissipate the illusion unless you... we'll leave it there. It's fine. Okay, so it misses on its turn. But now we're going to get this guy spotting you over in the corner because they're doing they're trying to clear the room, right? They've got tactics, so...
Did the one that went after Bug move up then?
No,
No.
he's a scout, so he did a ranged attack.
He did ranged attack.
He's shooting.
Okay.
This guy, oh wait, no, he's the one in the trap, so I think he's trying to get out of the trap. Tell me what he does to get out of the trap, Lee.
Strength save, DC 13.
Nope.
That was his action.
Okay, tell me what happens though. Is it more damage? I don't remember.
I think it's 1
Each
damage.
failed check, 1 piercing damage to the trapped creature.
Okay.
So every time he tries and fails, he takes 1 hit point of damage.
Alright. He curses in Elvish. Okay, 2 more of these guys. Let's see. This one, the one that's right in front of you, Draylen, is going to attack you with his short sword twice. It's a 21 to hit.
Minus the D4? Because that's one of the ones that's baned?
So still a 20 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
For 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
Second attack is only a 10 minus 3 for only 7, so that one probably misses.
Yep.
This other guy back here is, let's see, he's being told that he's about the illusion is gonna come up here, fire through it at Bug.
Okay.
So that one is not baned, so that's a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
8 piercing damage. And then the second attack is 20 to hit for another 8 piercing damage.
Ouch.
Okay. And I haven't raged yet, so I get the full brunt of that.
Alright, Kip, your turn.
All right, so let's see. I am going to cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp using my pot of spilled clay and soil.
Very nice.
And I'm going to put it on the Mind Flayer.
Okay, so tell me how that spell works.
He has to make a DC 13 strength check. If he fails, he is grasped, and I can have it crush him.
Okay, great.
2d6 bludgeoning.
Which saving throw? Strength?
Strength.
All right, not his best thing.
And he does take minus D4 for the saving throw.
Right. Well, no, he definitely fails anyway.
Okay.
So
Oh,
he is
right.
grasped by an earthen grasp.
And so he will take... Let me make sure he doesn't take it the next round. I think he does take it this round, though.
I think you might use your action to crush him, but you tell me. I don't have to spell out.
Yeah, on a failed save, they take 2d6 bludgeoning, and they are...
All right,
And then-
so go ahead and roll that 2d6.
Yeah, and then next turn I can take an action to make him get crushed again.
Assuming he doesn't get out of it at that point.
Yeah. 7 points.
All right.
And let's see.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna pay him.
All right, so that is Kip's turn. Are you going to move?
Nope.
All right. So next is the Cult Fanatics. And let's see.
How many cult fanatics are there?
There's only one.
Okay.
4 scouts, 1 Cult Fanatic, 1 Mind Flayer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He's going to... Let's see. He's going to cast Shield of Faith on the Mind Flayer.
Let's when a creature within 5 feet of me casts a spell, I can use my reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature.
All right, go for it.
Nat 20.
Oh.
Okay. So then I have my longsword, so it is 1d8. Where is my d8? 5 plus 3, so 8 points of slashing damage.
Did you double for the...
Oh, sorry. So 5, 10, 13.
All right. And he has to roll a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on the spell he just cast. Which he does.
Okay. Damn it.
Yeah, well. No.
Well, hey, you heard him.
I did.
So this is his little concentration bubble that he's maintaining. Okay, that was Cult Fanatic. Yoskrin, your turn.
Okay, this is scary stuff, but
Yeah.
I've learned a few tricks. I'm going to move, let's see, 3 towards them, and then diagonal down 1 towards them.
3, like that.
That's perfect.
All right.
And I pull out my little gem, and I hold it above my hands and start to rub it strangely, kind of like I'm trying to heat it up.
Mhm.
And little sparks of light of multiple colors come out, and I brush them in their direction, casting color spray at that second level.
Okay.
Let's hope this isn't terrible. Lots of things there. Okay, so not as good as I had hoped. Let's see. Got to do a lot of math all of a sudden. I was not smart. All right. So that's 27. So starting with the hit points lowest in that area.
Okay, well, that's certainly going to be this this scout in the trap who has 14 presently.
Okay, he's blinded for a round. And then the remaining 13, if there's an... well, it wouldn't be, so
No,
the rest is
the next lowest is still 16.
Okay. And I will use a bonus action. Oh, no, wait, I can't cast. That's too high. Never mind.
Okay.
I think
all
I
right.
have a little bit of movement left, so I will move back a little bit. That's not going to make much
Sure.
difference.
Like that.
Sure.
All right, you blinded one of them. All right, that makes it Brachus's turn. And you notice him. Let's see, what would he do here? Hang on, let me look at his thing again. He has kind of a neat feature here. No, none of those are really any good. He pulls a javelin from out from under that desk.
Okay.
He hurls it at one of the scouts.
It's like the fantasy equivalent of a shotgun he's holding.
And he attacks the scout and hits it for 4 piercing damage. And then he ducks back behind the desk.
Awesome.
Draylin, I think because you're right up there closest to him, you look and you notice as that happens, the Mind Flayer definitely whips his head in that direction, like, ha! Like, he just saw something he was looking for.
Okay.
Well, it's not your turn, though,
Morning.
so I'm just saying you noticed that happen. So, Arwen, your turn.
Okay, Arwen is going to move 4 squares to the west because in a fight against a Mind Flayer, you don't want to present too much of a cluster. And cast Shatter in the midst of that group. It's a 10-foot radius, I believe, correct?
Well, you have the spell up or not.
Yep.
I don't have it.
Yeah, hold on.
So, yeah.
Yes, 10-foot radius.
Okay.
And I can catch all except the Bane Scout on the right
Okay.
by
Yeah.
casting it kind of in the middle of that group.
Sure.
I'm really glad I moved back.
You're gonna laugh, but that was my plan too.
Oh,
Sure.
That is a Constitution 14 save.
All right. So first, the cult fanatic gets a 9. That's going to be a fail. Go ahead and roll the damage for it,
Yep, I'm doing that.
so I can do these one at a time.
I'm rolling low damage on so much stuff.
But you're hitting, and that's the big thing.
Yeah.
Well, these are saving throw ones.
Still.
Anyways, the damage is 10 points.
Okay. So he does 10. Loses 10. He says, "Ouch!" Which you don't hear it because you just made a shatter sound. He's going to make another Constitution saving throw for the concentration, but he does succeed. Still got the Shield of Faith up. All right. So next we got 3 Constitution saving throws from the 3 scouts.
One of which is Bane.
Yes. So I'm going to do the Bane from the first one, which is already going to be a fail. The second one gets a 17, and then a 10. So the Baned one fails.
Takes 10 points.
Yeah. The second one is only going to take 5 because it succeeded. And then the third one also failed, so it takes 10. You're looking pretty hurt. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And then the Mind Flayer, of course, gets a 15.
When we double check, sorry. 15 succeeds, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
The Mind Flayer did have the D4,
Oh, it had-
right?
Oh,
Had the
yes, that's
Bane.
true, with the Bane, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it only an 11, because it might
So
go
he
roll
fails.
4 on that Bane. So, okay. It's another 5 damage off of him.
Spence, how long is
Bane.
All right, so it is the Mind Flayer's turn, and you see it looking around at all of you, realizing clearly this is substantially more resistance than it expected. They're outnumbered, and so you see him sort of doing some like mental math, some. So it's just like, this is not really how this was supposed to go. It's not looking good. He is a big believer in not sending good money after bad. He's aware of the sunk cost fallacy, all of that good stuff. And so all of you feel telepathically in your head, Szorlek's out! And he casts a spell and plane shifts away, leaving all of his buddies behind.
Hey,
Yeah, so, he disappears, and the scouts and the cult fanatic suddenly turn around and just like, what the he just and just of note, any of you who would in character have any familiarity with the plane shift spell, he absolutely could have brought them with him and didn't.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? I take that back. I think the actual Mind Flayer thing at will
I think it's
plane
theirs
shift,
is only
but I
them.
believe it is self only.
Does he need his hands for it, or is it mental?
It's a psionic effect.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, it is self only, so never mind. It isn't a notable thing that they don't know that he could have taken with them. It's not that, but nonetheless, he teleports away, plane shifts away. Definitely does not take them with him.
He could have called a retreat and gone through the portal.
Certainly could have, but he's like, nope. You know what?
No.
I know when to
Cut my losses.
cut my losses, exactly.
Okay.
So that was his turn. That means it is Catalys's turn.
Yeah, well, I kind of got preempted with my action, but I'll do it anyway. I'm going
Sure.
to cast Shatter as well.
Okay.
But with the extra caveat, I'm going to use my Channel Divinity Destructive Wrath to deal maximum damage.
Very nice. Okay. So we're gonna get the Constitution saving throws still again.
Yep.
So we got 3 scouts. One of them baned. So the first one is baned.
I
Rolls
think even with your minimum, even if they save, they're still going to die.
well, let's play it out though.
Okay.
So the first one is 14 minus 1, so that's a 13.
So he fails and takes 24 damage.
Dead. The second one gets a 3. Yeah, so he's dead. The third one is also going to die either way, but we'll go ahead and roll it out. Yeah, fail.
Oink.
Cult Fanatic, who's no point in him concentrating on that spell anymore. It just kind of poofs out from under him. But he makes the saving throw. He gets an 18.
So he takes 12.
Yeah, so dead. So the shattering sound rings out, and them already weakened from that first assault, it finishes all of them off. And then, of course, there's only one left. So they all drop unconscious, dead, and so at this point, it is now Bug's turn.
Sorry about your floor, Baracus. Those shatter spells can't have been kind to the finish.
I can
No.
clean it if we need to. but-
Bug, what are you doing?
All right. I'm going to saunter up so that I am standing next to Draylin.
Mm-hmm. Doop, 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 doop.
I'm just gonna hit it with my great axe.
Sure. That makes sense.
13
13 just hits.
for 5 slashing damage.
All right.
It's not worth it to rage.
It's not
not
dead
worth it.
yet.
Yeah.
So Billy,
Good.
you're up.
Okay. Well, since
Do I have
Right.
the ability to say don't kill him?
Yeah, if you want.
No.
Billy's turn though.
I know.
since my witch bolt lost its target, it fails because
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
you guys did enough damage to it on that first round that it was basically just saying, "Oh no, never mind."
Yeah. Yeah. But
My name's Zorlax, and this is between Yorlax.
so gonna just firebolt the scout,
All right.
and that's a 10.
Misses.
So fails or misses.
All right. Draylin, you're up.
So this can go the hard way or the easy way. Are you going to cooperate and tell us what you know about the 6?
Make an intimidation check.
I love you, Smokey Die. Another nat 20.
Very nice.
I quit on my watermelon die. It has betrayed me too much. The Smokey Die is now my favorite.
Let's see. Let me just look to see if there's direction for how these folks.
How they roll.
Yeah.
Haha. How they roll. I'm glad somebody got it. I saw you nodding, Catalyst.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't really give me something like, here's what they know if questioned by the party. Let me,
I kind of want to do the Dirty Harry.
Oh, no, I'm
I
on
have
board. I am a fan of what's happening right now. I'm just trying to make sure I can accurately portray to you the effect of your awesome intimidation. Yeah, you know what?
I'm also to his waist, so I'm like, do you feel lucky?
No, I think you go up to him and you're making this threat, and he's looking down at you, and he kind of glances over at the empty spot where the mind flayer used to be and his dead companions, and he just kind of lowers his scimitar and starts to cry.
Aww.
There, tall freaking thing.
So at this point, Brockus stands up from behind the desk, sort of adjusts his tie and straightens his glasses and says, yes, well, I know that we had an arrangement, so I would ask that if you wish to do further business with that individual, that you will do it elsewhere. And I know that I do currently owe you these. And he pulls two fancy little clockwork items out of this very fancy looking bag of holding that he has. That's all fancy and delivered with the Drawn Enterprises logo.
Okay, Yasmin, go get your toys.
Yeah, and so
Ooh.
you are now receiving the chronolometer and the dimensional loop.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, and then so he turns them over, and it's clear he is in a position where he feels like he doesn't really have the option to deny them to you.
Well, especially since he just saw us rip apart the other.
Exactly.
whole
Like,
party.
he has made the best of a bad situation. It doesn't make it not a bad situation. He's not happy. But yeah.
I'll be like, somebody secure him, and I want to go up to Brockus and just be like, it's been an honor to meet you, sir.
He offers down, leans down enough that you can reach his hand, and there's an extremely forced quite.
Yeah, Bug will tie up the remaining scout and throw them over his shoulder.
Hey, we have that spandy new prison now.
We do.
Hey!
Yeah.
We can actually use it. Hey,
Yeah.
let's go home.
Wow.
Are we ready to go home?
Yes.
Yes.
I can do this. Everybody gather around.
We gather around.
Okay.
I think
Gather
there's
around.
7 of them plus the prisoner. Perfect. Now, I've never done this before,
Wait,
but
what?
I'm pretty sure it'll work. And I tug on one of the strings,
Oh, this would be fun.
and we get away from it all. I cast the teleport spell from the timepiece of travel
Very nice.
to
Yes.
back to the mansion.
That's the noise it makes.
Sounds like
Could
we're
be
at
wor-
Six Flags.
Could be worse. It could be the Doctor Who grindy noise.
Break on again.
All right, so let's go ahead and let's see. Just now I'm putting you on this map. I'll go ahead and give you a scout to put in your little cell here.
Yay!
Oh, you guys got
okay.
rid of the ghast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
It's
an
no longer
initiation
gas
for
powered.
Arwen. And let's see, who else do we got here? We've got. You know what? We're just role playing right now, so I'm not gonna put you all on the map right now. It's not. That's not the mode we're actually in at the moment.
Mhm.
So, you first of all are all now level 5. That's how much you skipped. Is basically you skipped basically the whole of what would be getting you to
Level
level
4.
5. Yeah, so you are now level 5.
That's
And
exciting.
as you return, you suddenly, at this point, as you poof back in, you I think Gorko is. Where do you teleport everybody to, Yoskrin? You're muted.
We have a common room,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which is a nice common place for us to meet. Also
All
very
right.
close to the workshop.
Yeah, so you poof everyone into the common room. I'll say that I think Gorko was standing on the back of the couch, obviously doing some sort of like almost like a Peter Pan sort of like ha ha. Oh ha! Well, hello and welcome back, everybody. Did it go great?
Yes, it did.
Not for them, but for us, yes.
Oh well, you're not gonna believe this, but you know what? Let me get Gilda. She has good news for us.
Oh, good. I like good news.
Mm-hmm. So he runs out and then comes back with Gilda, who Gilda is all tusks, grinning from ear to ear.
I like it when she's all tusks.
Yeah, and she just comes and says, "I just heard word from head office. The bosses have been watching how well you run the business, and your mission in Luskan is all anyone is talking about."
Oh, fantastic.
And you realize, since you just got back, they must have been scrying you.
Of course.
Yeah. Our license has been expanded to cover a broader territory around Phandalin. And even better, I've been crunching the profit statements, and I think we're ready to expand this headquarters.
Oh, well, that's exciting, isn't it?
Yes, you are all now achieving a rank 2 franchise.
Yay!
So we're going to have some business and a little bit more downtime to kind of cover as we,
Okay.
as we resolve this now.
I am picking spells here.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a cleric in the party?
Well, Katalis is a cleric.
Okay.
I'm a clerk.
All right. So you can do Revivify. I don't need to take that on my list.
Oh, thing. If Bug ever dies, you don't need to components to revive him or to bring him back to life.
Okay.
Yeah, path
It's
to
the
Valor.
jacket, isn't it?
Huh?
The jacket is what does it, isn't it? It's such a cool jacket that you
Yes.
just come back
Yes,
to life.
that is exactly what it is.
As,
No, it's not. It's not really. It's the Path of the Zealot thing, but yeah, you don't need components to bring Bug back to life if he ever dies.
So as level 5, one of the spells I get access to is Zone of Truth. So I will happily use that for our delightful prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, we'll come to that in a moment, but first of all, let's talk a little bit about what it means to become a tier 2, a rank 2 franchise. There's a lot of things that it means, honestly. So first of all, your franchise rank means that you are now entitled to operate within a small territory, which means that your territory is now 50 miles across, rather than just within 5 miles of Phandalin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So you are expected to expand your trade and branding throughout the region. As a tier 2 franchise, you certainly are expected, like there's an additional operating cost for certain activities.
Mm-hmm.
As expected, but you're getting a lot of good out of it, of course. Let's see. You now, as franchise rank 2, your monthly fee covers 4 untrained hirelings, 1 skilled hireling, and 10 crew if you were to ever have like an airship or a watership or anything of that nature. And you can set the staff to be doing more than one thing at a time. You can set the staff to do 2 things at once, where like whatever you guys are each doing, you can also have the staff doing an additional thing.
Cool.
You get a cosmetic expansion to the franchise, and you get a transportation and a wagon. So let's talk about what that means. Cosmetic is a cosmetic improvement. Allows a franchise to radically alter the look and feel of its headquarters. So this means that what you might like the most obvious thing that you could do in this context is you could use that bonus to finish or make nicer the building that you're building up on the upper level. So what would you want that to look like? It won't this feature doesn't let you make it as big as like the manor that was there before, but it certainly could make a nice smaller building.
I think like doing a lodge style kind of wooden structure to start. Like we can expand on it later, but have like a nicer meeting area, have the offices be upstairs, and then our bedrooms and our workshops be down in the basement. Just to kind of keep everybody else away from the things that we're working on that are potentially hazardous.
Great.
So yeah, like a 1-story meeting area.
Nice. And it looks it's more professional. People don't have to go underground to come and meet with you.
Yeah.
You gain at this point also some kind of official mobility. And so what that could be, I mean, right now you have this ability to teleport, but that is also contingent on the use of a powerful magical artifact that may be very dangerous or not. Who knows? That sort of thing, right? So you basically are entitled, you could, you basically can have something that's considerably more fancy than like just a horse cart. So you guys can think about what sort of thing you would want that to be. And it can be something like extravagant, for example. For example, here's an interesting little quirk of the adventure that I'll share with you. This is the point of the adventure that you are supposed to be able to get this feature. And one of the ones that it offers to you is something that it would otherwise also give you in the adventure, but making a big point of how, like, it's a very special thing that you're getting granted access to this thing that you will then have to return. But you could use this feature to just have a battle balloon, which is basically like a small airship. Does that sound like something you guys would like?
Me and Paul are making the same face.
I'm a Tempest cleric. Of course, a battle balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sounds like battle balloon it is.
And that handles what spell I was going to take.
Battle balloon. Check that out.
Wait, are you taking Featherfall?
Taking fly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is a galleon suspended below a balloon. The vessel can fly virtually anywhere, ignoring difficult terrain, but it is at risk from storms and strong winds. And if it takes significant damage, obviously it could be forced to descend or might even crash. And there are stats for the battle balloon as a vehicle that we'll get into at some point. All right.
I think since Katalis is our cartographer and driver, I think he gets the final say on what we get.
I vote battle balloon.
Yeah. Very nice. You don't even need to call for a vote, decisionist. It seems like it's unanimous.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be fun.
It would be a great way to see the land.
So, I think the one other thing that you are entitled to as part of this rank is the installation at your headquarters of some sort of a weapons defense system. So, for example, that Fulisade arrow rain trap that was around the lighthouse is an example of the sort of thing that you guys might have. But you guys can kind of make requests of like what sort of weapon you would like it to have.
Considering that Gorko would be one of our people that we leave to protect the estate, I would go for something that would be easier for him to work on.
Okay. So, I mean, this could be like anything you guys can think of. Like, this is a magical world, so like it could be a catapult. It could be, more mundane, like the arrows. It could be some sort of a magical defense.
How about given that we have that cistern in the front room, if we make that kind of our primary defensive position, that the um, a locking and flooding trap seems to be something that would be possibly useful.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, if someone without the proper authorization goes in there, it locks them in and floods the room. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Anybody have any other suggestions, or are we good with this one?
Another option I was thinking is maybe like basically the catapult spell only as a kind of as a trap. Someone's not authorized comes in, they get stones thrown at them.
I was actually thinking spike growth, like in a certain portion of the perimeter, where if you are unauthorized, obviously.
So, like
Spike
in the
growth
Addams Family, where the lady is trying to creep in and the vines catch her.
Yeah, and it actually does damage going in and going out. So you do have to make a dexterity save, or what was it? Perception, in order to notice it. If you don't notice it, well, how it does normally, if you don't notice it, it shoots up thorny spikes. Think like caltrops and stuff, and it does damage in a 20-foot radius around where you cast it.
Here's another thing to consider. Among our kind of known enemies, we have a necromancer and a mind flayer. And I was thinking that instead of that kind of defense, how about we do something to harden our base against scrying? So, like lead sheeting on the walls or something like that, because as far as doing damage to somebody invading the place, that's a kind of a once in a lifetime thing, especially once in a one shot thing, and might not really do that much damage. But if we can have like either a room or several rooms that are protected against scrying, I think that would do us a lot more benefit as far as keeping our activities secret from critters that right now could probably be watching us all the time.
Right. So you're thinking something like the workroom, this room, and maybe the bedroom that's right off the workroom, room number 12. Have those protected. That way we can leave the orrery if we need to somewhere, but nobody quite knows where.
Right.
And it would always be safe. And since those are in the back of our base, you basically have to go all the way through the base in order to get there.
I think we're going to be carrying the orrery with us most of the time.
I don't want to leave it anywhere outside of my sight.
But that being said, if we're discussing what we're going to do next, we definitely want to do it in a place where we're not being scribed. So I think that would probably be the most useful.
All right.
Okay, so I've heard suggestions for a scribe-proof rooms.
I think that you can get one scribe-proof room.
Okay. So a scribe-proof room, entanglement type surrounding vines that will attack people coming in and going out. Catapult, and flooding rooms. Did I miss any of the suggestions? No?
I think so.
Okay. So that's 4 different plans. Does anyone have a strong feeling for or against any one of them?
Yeah, I'll take out the entanglement because I agree with Nobilis, I agree with Arwen that the scribe-proof room would be the most beneficial that I can think of those suggestions.
Okay, so we have 3 now. Any other for or against?
I like the not being watched. Too many people want this thing.
Kip, you've been really quiet.
No, I agree. I don't like the idea that we're being watched.
Okay,
It
so
makes
Yeah.
doing my job a little harder.
we've got 4 for the scribe proof room.
I agree. Make it 5.
5. Okay, so then scribe proof room it is.
Which room are you choosing?
Let's choose the one where we're going to be doing all of our consensus meeting.
All right,
10.
got a little common room where I've got you here
Yeah.
on the map anyway.
Yep. Yep.
So then let's make the common room our scribe proof room.
Very nice.
And then we just have to make a note, all planning done in common room.
All right. And Gilda, as you're making that, just kind of smiles and says, "This was actually going to be a surprise, but given the context, I think I can reveal it now. One of the special gifts that they are providing as sort of a reward for reaching this rank is that they are providing you a war room table with your current territory on it, and I think it would go splendidly in that.
Yes.
It's the little details that count.
That's so meaningful.
Aw.
And I hug Gilda like around her waist. I'm just like, oh, that's so great.
So,
And a set of little like ivory figurines to place on it, and
A coffee cup.
several, yeah. So,
Don't mess up the map.
you all each also become a rank 2 of whatever your company position is, and so you can find that in D&D Beyond, but I'll also quickly go through what that means. For the cartographer, first of all, you are issued a spyglass of clairvoyance, which is a magic item, and basically what that lets you do is, like, if you wanted to see, like, you're in an area where the forest is so dense that you can't really see the landscape around you, this can let you basically see what is the territory on the other side of it, or even on the other side of a mountain or anything, stuff like that. You also get the Tale of Safe Travel, which is a really interesting, quirky sort of magical effect, which is to say that, let's say you need to do a day's worth of travel somewhere. You perform a 45-minute ritual and spend 50 gold. And what happens is you tell the story over 45 minutes. Obviously, we wouldn't do that in real time. But you tell the story of everything that happens as you make that day's travel. And everybody listens to the story. And then when you finish, it has happened. So basically, you can tell the story of how you traveled safely to the place, and then when you finish, that is what happened. So you cannot, it's not like teleport, it still takes a full day of real time to get that day's travel away, but you prevent being waylaid by unexpected, random encounters and so on. Pretty cool, huh? I think that's
Yeah.
that's a really interesting feature, right? It's the sort of thing that, like, there's not existing mechanics for that, but it's cool. Decisionist. As rank 2.
I just finished reading the absentee ballot.
Yeah, so absentee ballot, if any of your party is not present for the vote, you get to decide how they would vote if they were there. So basically, in addition to normally getting 2 votes, you get to also vote for anyone who's not present.
Just be like, I have the power.
And if there's ever a time when you are not present and the rest of the group votes, you can call for a revote when you get back. You also, your coin of decisionry now becomes a common magic item. So now, when you flip it, it will always land with the Acquisitions Incorporated sigil face down, and you can determine magically what appears on the other side. So you basically, like, if you're wanting to say to someone, hey, why don't we flip a coin on it? Blink. you can.
So it's kind of like a
essentially-
magic 8-ball. Will this be a good deal?
Right.
I mean,
But you also get to decide though what it says.
sweet.
Yeah. So you can. Yeah. So basically, it says the coin has absolutely no divination abilities, and the results. Oh well, it actually says the results when you use it are random. So never mind. I misstated that. But nobody else knows that it's just random.
Yeah.
So
But like
it
I
is
said,
either
it's a
going
magic
to say,
8-ball.
yeah, it's going to say lucrative, brand appeal, indeterminate, or ruinous,
Mhm.
randomly.
Yeah.
Documancer. At rank 2, you gain a magic item known as a Documancy Satchel. This allows you to magically send and receive documents to and from head office through a special pouch. It also magically produces pre-written and signature-ready contracts at your request, covering most common contractual needs. It also occasionally produces sticky notes printed with useful information and inspirational quotes from head office.
This is awesome. I don't have to write these myself anymore.
Yeah. You are also now fluent in boss. It allows you to better process head office communications as well as to understand what pleases your superiors. You can cast the augury spell with the spell's omens of weal and woe based solely on the perspective of head office. The Hordes person is Feldspar, who is not here, but gains a living loot satchel, which is basically like a bag of holding, except that whatever you put in it isn't in the bag of holding. It goes to a special vault at head office.
Sweet.
And you can retrieve it, but only you can. Other people can't get any of that stuff out. And it also allows them to absolutely just take the monthly fee from the vault themselves, and you don't have to send it. How convenient is that? Loremonger. You at rank 2. Your insight grants you preternatural knowledge of the creatures around you. As an action, you can make a DC 15 investigation check, and if you succeed, you learn the creature's name, up to 3 aliases it has used within the past month, its primary profession, and its skill proficiencies. And your Whisper Jar is now also a magic item that can tap into the broader lore of Acquisitions Incorporated, and you can try to make a history check with it to have it give you, Acquisitions Incorporated history on whatever the subject is. Obviator. At rank 2, you now have Alchemist's Insight. You can use your Alchemist supplies to identify any unknown substance. And then you also gain a pair of Obviator's lenses, which, as a bonus action, you can make them function either as Eyes of Minute Seeing or Eyes of the Eagle, which basically lets you, see either really tiny, small things or things that are far away. Occultant. You are now rank 2. That's a thing. And at rank 2, your Occultant Abacus becomes an uncommon magic item. It tracks lives both eliminated and saved. While holding your Occultant Abacus within 5 feet of a creature killed in the past, you can cast the Augury spell, and use that to make your use the Augury spell. You also regain the use of your Read the Kill feature after you finish a short or long rest. And I will let retroactively you can use that feature on one of the people that you guys killed back in the other place.
Okay.
Just because we haven't really used that very much right now. Then last but not least, the Secretarian. At rank 2, you are given an uncommon magic item known as a Portfolio Keeper. It holds and organizes notes, brochures, and business cards bearing your contact information. Has an inexhaustible supply of brochures related to whatever your most current, it automatically updates anytime you update them.
Nice.
And whenever you meet someone for the first time, their details in a rough sketch are magically stored on a small parchment card. Also at rank 2, whenever your franchise begins a major quest or mission, you can make a history check, and if you get 15, you can learn up to 3 rumors related to creatures or organizations involved in the mission. which come to you through your sending stone.
I wonder what the portfolio keeper, if that that probably doesn't account for people we met in the past.
No, like it doesn't automatically remember everyone you met previously, but it'll work from now on. You could certainly like spend some time going out and talking to everybody in Phandalin again and getting their their little card in there.
I'm thinking more of enemies.
Hmm.
Like that Mind Flayer Zorlax.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, you can make your own notes. It's just not automatic.
Yeah. I think I would spend some time doing that because you know what?
Right. But so let's just briefly before we take another break, let's resolve your interrogation of your prisoner.
Yes. So, make sure that I'm looking at this correctly. So I will go in there. What?
Oh,
Arwen is not going to be present for this.
okay.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Zone of Truth and sit down with.
So he gets to make a wisdom saving throw,
He
right?
gets to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, charisma. Okay.
And it has to be 12.
Nope.
Okay. So what do you know about the Six?
Well, they're they hire a bunch of mercenaries to do all sorts of dangerous missions. I mean that's kind of an open-ended question. There's 6 of them that are in charge, right? Everyone else is just mercenaries that they hire, but it's just 6 that are like the 6, right? Yeah, that Mind Flayer that ditched me and my friends. Yeah, he's one.
Okay. Do you know any others?
Well, let's see. I mean, they don't just like introduce you around. We don't have like a meet and greet or anything. There is one that's a goblin. He's a creepy little goblin. He's got like I don't know. His eyes look like they're pale, like when someone's blind or like a dead person. But he seems like he's alive.
What about Hooper? Does that name ring a bell?
Oh, was he that gnome, the necromancer?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not one of the 6, but they did hire him.
They hired him for a time.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't on the mission, so I don't know, but I do remember hearing that they worked with him.
What will you do if we let you go?
Well, I will tell you the truth, and I know that magically you're going to believe me when I tell you that at the present moment, I am not especially inclined to go back to work for the 6. I don't like how they treat their employees.
All right. I'll turn around and who else is with me?
Oh.
Billy would be there.
I'm there.
Okay.
Yoskrin is there, but he's distracted by the thing.
So I will say I'll turn around and just be like, any other questions for our not quite guest?
Do they have the other piece?
Hold on just a second. Spilled stuff. Spilled soda all over my desk right now. That's great.
Oops.
Yeah, so the question was, do they have the other piece? And he says, piece of what? You mean like the little clockwork things they were trying to get?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they said they knew that 2 of them were going to be where we were going. They were trying to get 2 of those things. I mean, they showed us little sketches. They said that's what they look like, and so that we were there to try to get those. And they showed us just like in case we ran across them. But I mean, I don't know what they have other than that. I mean, the mission was to get 2 of those things.
And
And-
where were you supposed to go once you had them? Where are the 6 basing themselves out of?
Well, I mean, to be honest, the plan was not for Szorlax to teleport away from us. So
What was the plan?
was to get the things and give them to him, and then we leave. It's not our business what they do with it.
Where did you start though? Where did he pick you up to start this mission?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. I think that I think this is not a established part of the adventure. So I'm making something up, but I'll tell you. Simultaneously, they hired us in Luskin, which is also a meta answer of that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
There's no useful information to be gleaned on that subject.
Okay. So we don't have any other leads as far as where they would be based out of or anything like that. That's kind of where I hear everybody.
No,
That's where I was trying to go with that.
Yeah, no, I get you. And so basically what he tells you over sort of repeated questioning is they hire mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
They don't tell the mercenaries very much, except what their current task is.
I mean, that's smart.
Yeah.
It just...
And he says, yeah, I mean, it was real cool. It's all like cloak and dagger, I mean, the original arrangement, it seemed kind of cool. Like, we felt badass working for him. And, go on cool adventures. I mean, like, the whole thing, going through all those portals, that was wild, man. But then, we run up against some resistance that is frankly more than they told us to expect. And then he ditches us. So that part, not great.
Okay. I am disinclined to trust you. So you are going to remain here. You will be fed regularly. You will have plenty of hydration. You will not be abused.
Okay.
Until such time as we figure out what to do with you.
Well, I mean, like, what's not to trust? You cast your spell, right? I'm telling the truth.
Oh, I know you're telling the truth. However, I don't know that they would try to pick you up or anything like that, and then...
Oh, God, you don't think they'd try to come after me, do you?
Loose
end. And unlike us...
He looks like he had really never even considered that.
And unlike us, they don't seem to have a moral code.
Well, I mean, they hire mercenaries to steal stuff. I mean, that's kind of what you guys do, isn't it?
Some of us are doing penance.
Thank you, Catalyst.
He kind of shrugs like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Unless anyone else has any questions, I think I'm done with this individual.
Yeah, you're just mad because he called you out.
A little bit, but also I need a bio break.
Yeah, well, I actually do too. So I think that's a good time to do that. So for the meantime, he's going.
Somebody else do the vamp.
For the meantime, he's going to remain in your brig, and you guys are going to be spending a little bit of time getting all your new stuff set up. But when we return, there is basically a new development. The man from head office who said he had a lead has more information now. So we'll be back with that. So if someone wants to just fill time for a little while, oh hey look, we got other doc Jim Ryan joining us with a raid. Welcome, just in time for us to be taking a short break. We will be back with more like official Dungeons and Dragons in just a moment. So please don't go anywhere. Generic marketing language continuing. All right, we'll be back.
Wow, am I the only one still here? That's weird. Probably should have a pause screen right now. You at home, have you ever considered a franchise It's the perfect thing for you and your adventuring buddies to find a little security in life. After all, who knows what might actually happen? You may find yourself in a dungeon without all the necessary tools. You may also find yourself up a creek without actually having any paddles. But join now, and they'll throw in free paddles. I'm not kidding. Free paddles, and you will have exactly what you need. It is the security of home. It is the possibility of business. It is the wonder of the arcane, but within a secure and welcoming environment. You too may be able to join Acquisitions Incorporated. Try it today for all of your needs. All of them. They've thought of everything. It's kind of creepy some days. All right. Enough of that. I'm the only one left here, and I was intending on walking away, but I don't think I actually can now, so I'm just going to vamp. My day job is working in radio, so I suppose I should be able to do this fairly well. First off, I want to welcome all of you who've come to watch this craziness over the last 24 hours, sort of. I guess it's not exactly 24 hours directly. I mean, it's more like it's 24 hours divided by two, and then split in two, and then split up into smaller pieces, like kind of like a pizza. You're basically watching role-playing game pizza right now, where all of the ingredients come together, and you're never quite sure exactly which ingredients are going to be in which slice, because if you only take one slice of the role-playing game pizza pie, then, if it's a multi-dimensional slice, then you're going to get a little bit of green pepper, which might be, I guess, an orc or maybe a goblin. You're going to get a little bit of maybe some pepperoni, which is probably a spicy tiefling. Or maybe on another side, you're going to get a little bit of mushroom. That would be the human, I think, in this case. Whatever you happen to be slicing and whatever you happen to be getting together, we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us for this crazy adventure. I've only missed 4 hours. It felt like I missed a year, frankly, coming back, but it's been a lot of fun. And we're on the more or less home stretch, I think, at this point. We're actually at that point where we're looking at it going, holy crap, we might actually finish this for the third year in a row. I want to say, first of all, how do you do this, Christiana? Because, I mean, you run games very, very well, and I don't know how you keep all these bits and pieces together. So let's take a little interview time now to sit down with our GM and say, how do you do this? What is the secret sauce to your RPG pizza?
Panic flailing?
Okay. Essentially a lot of adrenaline. All right.
Well, so I do put a lot of work into it. I talked in my 5 More Minutes video this morning, actually, a little bit about like the idea of stage fright or just being nervous about something, and how I try, at least in my own mind, to channel that energy into something positive. I mean, the way I think about it is that if you're nervous about something, it's because you care about how it turns out, right? So try to think of ways to use that feeling of nervousness to, to produce a better outcome. Think of it not as, oh my God, I'm paralyzed with anxiety, but oh my goodness, I am passionate about this and determined to do the best I can to make it the best as it can be. So,
I want to thank our in-studio typist for also joining us for some background music.
Yeah, so the short version is that I spend a lot of time preparing. I read through the adventure a couple of times. I walked through like all of the different maps to try to have at least a general sense of what all the different areas are going to be. And I still have to look stuff up and panic because there's a lot of information to go through. But in general...
At what point during the weekend do you simply take all that stuff and throw it over your shoulder, though? Because we players don't know what's happening, and we do all of the weirdest things possible.
Well, I will actually here. How about this? I'm going to show you on the screen right now the spreadsheet that I made for this adventure schedule. And I'm going to unhide some rows because there's a couple of stuff that I hid that where we... oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Good Lord, that's a lot of organization.
Yeah. Well, this is more than I typically do for, other types of games where I'm just doing, one. Gosh, I can't. I'm trying to unhide these rows here.
Also, I've played under you for a couple of years now. Do
Mhm.
you not realize that giving me funny things to do or giving me powerful items, it results in weird results in the story, like skipping part of it?
Mark, I was counting on it. So if you look at this spreadsheet here, here's where I went through the adventure and looked at all of the different encounters and basically color coded them based on green is I'm going to run as presented. Blue is I'm running it modified, like I've made changes to it. Yellow is if we have time.
That
Red
is
is
amazing.
I'm skipping. So you can actually already see that there's a fair amount of stuff that I just skipped over and was never intending to run at all. But so right now we just completed chapter 4 of 6.
That
But
is a stunning amount of preparation, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's like I said, I took the anxiety that I was feeling of like, oh my gosh, I want it to be so good. And I said, okay, well, I'm feeling this nervous energy. And instead of just doing nothing about it, I'm going to say, well, what's something I can do to make it better when it happens? And so I spend a lot of that nervous energy making spreadsheets like that. And it's generally helpful.
Well, I can certainly imagine. My eyes gloss over if I make that much preparation because then I have to remember it all.
Well, it
But
is.
obviously, you've had less difficulty with that.
Well, one of the big challenges, of course, is that there can be a possibility when you have a lot of preparation like that to want to hold on to it a little too tightly and not be able to change things up if you need to in the moment. Because like one of the things that is the most fun about this type of game is having things go in unexpected directions. Like that's awesome. I want it to happen, but it also does mean like, oh god, like sometimes that's not what I planned on. Uh, let's see. Oh, it looks like we have a good opportunity to bring in Chooch. Have Chooch's character return here. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And I think we're probably on the verge of getting all of our players back and resuming the adventure. But yeah, this is kind of fun to talk about this because I've certainly been thinking about it a lot for the last couple of weeks.
Well, I'm going to give myself a cheap plug because I do talk to folks about role playing games. It's a local radio show that we also podcast called Head in the Game. We're up to 40 episodes, I think, just about. So you can go to chsrfm.ca/hitg. And I'll throw that link in the. I'm sorry if I'm promoting something here, but
Oh, no worries.
I love talking about role playing games, and I've been kind of wanting to pick your brain about some of these things. But this has also just kind of been, again, for the third year in a row. I'm amazed that you can pull off the amount of energy you do to keep up with us. You also take these not easy, simple, like straightforward adventures. There's a lot of different moving pieces and parts, and then being able to kind of remix as necessary. I love the pacing. Now, obviously, some of these adventures have a certain level of pacing in them already. And I remember the Waterdeep last year. In the adventure, there is a segment where suddenly you have a house. Now you got to plan out the house and see how it's all going to go. But it was a nice change, especially in this long adventure, to go in a different mode for a while.
Mhm.
So I think that's really cool.
One of the things about this adventure in particular that I think is really cool is all the stuff about building the franchise. Like, so even though there's been parts of this weekend where I'm literally just reading from the book about here's what happens when you get a rank 2 franchise, but I think some of that stuff's really cool. And so obviously if you are running a long campaign with this adventure or even just the source book and not running, the official adventure, like there's a lot of time that you could spend just with the business of working with your employees and, how are you handling the renovation of your building and all of that stuff. Like you could spend a lot of time on that. And anyone who watches the C-Team games from Acquisitions Incorporated is going to be very familiar that it's an extremely social game. Like they have combats like in maybe 1 out of 3 episodes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but it's great because it's just they've got, really creative players who are really just willing to totally dive into all of the social nonsense going on, and that's really fun. And I think that's really cool too. Now, obviously for an adventure like this, when we're running it all in a weekend, we're tending to focus more on the more like official adventure parts. But this adventure that we're trying to run in 24 hours could easily be done in 3 times that if we just weren't hurrying people along and letting you just do what you're going to do and spending more time on the downtime stuff. And I think that's very cool. But it's in any game like this, you have to make choices, right? It's in this case, we want to see more of the stuff, and we talked about that.
Yeah,
in the
and
game.
I love how, in a way, I love how it's sort of getting the whole thing on compressed mode.
Mm-hmm.
Because while I do love the large campaigns, I'm not likely to run or play in most of them. So I feel like I've kind of gotten the fast forward version in some ways, but still hitting all the highlights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that first year when you ran the exploration game, essentially,
Tomb of Annihilation was
right, which is a massive map to explore potentially, and so being able to even get any 1/10 of that map involved.
Yeah, we certainly put that one in fast forward towards the end. It was like boss rush mode, and then you still all died to a giant juggernaut. Stone juggernaut.
yeah. That was the only sad part, is we could have played another 24 hours.
One
easily.
of my most favorite enduring memories from that game was just the realization that we all had as a group that the were-tiger NPC that was with you can't be killed by the bludgeoning damage this thing was doing, and yet she also could not escape it. And so it meant that literally she was going to be doomed to just get run over by this giant machine over and over and over again until she starved to death.
Yeah, that was creepy.
It was like, God, that's so awful. But yeah, so I love running this game, and yet it's also something that I don't think I could do much more often than once a year.
And I don't think you'd want to do it more than once a year anyway.
It's great as a special thing.
Yeah. Well, you can throw a lot more into it, and it's a singular thing as opposed to that. That said, you do run a pretty wicked, awesome weekly game with so many levels on Tuesday nights. It's skipping this week, obviously, for a little bit of recovery time for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's regularly on Tuesday nights as well. So.
And so on that note, as a segue, we're welcoming Chooch Schubert, who is a player in that game. But in this game, he's playing Brother Clovis Thrushbow, who I forget what your role was. Did we assigned you a role in the
yes,
right? You were the loremonger, maybe, or something like that.
Loremonger,
yes,
rank 1.
You are now a rank 2 loremonger.
Ooh.
And you are also going to be level 5.
That's what I've just been swapping or updating.
Yeah. So you have been just running the business of the business while everyone else has been adventuring so far. But let's go ahead and get back into it. And speaking of fast forward mode, let's do this. So you are dealing with all of this additional, work of getting your new rank 2 franchise all set together, and you are contacted by a man from home office known as Flabbergast. And he actually teleports to your headquarters to discuss that he, his new lead that he's got for you here. And so standing before you, let's see, do I have a handout of this guy? Probably. Let's see, name notable NPCs. Yes, this guy shows up. So standing before you is tall, smooth-headed male human with a neatly trimmed black beard, dressed in pressed business attire. He pauses from writing in his ledger to look up at you. Even though you briefly reconcile, this is probably a power move. He just teleported to your headquarters and he's not done writing. What's up with that, really? Like, he couldn't have waited to teleport until he was done writing, but okay. His eyes narrow as if evaluating you. At his feet is a calico cat wearing a monocle and a horned helmet. The cat is busy licking itself, but pauses to look at you. It also narrows its eyes. I am Flabbergast, gentle persons, the figure says. In the employ of Acquisitions Incorporated's head office and at your service. He gestures down to the cat. This is Mr. Snibley. We need to talk. It's about your mission.
What mission are you talking about?
Why, of course, infiltrating Horn Enclave to retrieve another piece of your orrery.
Ah. Well.
You may recall that I mentioned previously having a lead, but not yet actionable intel, and there is an important reason for that. I had word.
Hold on.
Yes.
Let's go to our designated location.
Safe room.
Yes. You have now built a scribe-proof safe room. Also
Do we have
common
a
area
safe
with
word?
couches and a coffee table.
The
And
safe
the
word,
word
surprisingly,
forward
is
table.
that cat's name. Like,
All
we
right.
thought it was not its name, but then the cat put up.
by sheer coincidence,
Mhm.
you made the password Mr. Snibley.
Yeah.
Do you tell him that?
No.
Okay.
But, like, for all of us, it's a little...
Yeah, they're a little bit like, well, that's weird. That's a weird coincidence. It's just like, okay. But in any event, what he shares with you is that he had word that there was a component, a magical artifact known as the Wheel of Stars, being kept in a vault at the Horn Enclave, which is a dwarven holdfast that is reputed throughout the realm for being one of the most secure places ever to store anything. So, I didn't want to necessarily present that to you unless I had some sort of a plan, especially given that, let's just say, there is history between the Horn Clan and Acquisitions Incorporated, and were you to present yourselves to them or be discovered to be representatives of Acquisitions Incorporated, I suspect that you would be in grave peril. The dwarves of Horn Clan would likely kill you immediately or imprison you permanently, one or the other. I suspected that you would not be in favor of either. So, I didn't want to bring this plan to you until I had a way around this particular hurdle. But I have solved it!
And Gilda comes in with tea and biscuits.
He's like, oh, thank you. And how about you, Mr. Snibley? Would you like a biscuit? Would you like a biscuit? And Mr. Snibley just goes,
Cranky cat.
yeah. So he turns to all of you and says, have all of you ever heard of the ritual of astral transmogrification?
I can say I have not.
I don't believe I have.
Ah, well. Few
I could
have.
search. I could look it up, but I'm pretty sure you're going to tell us about it.
Well, yes, I that was really kind of the lead up, right? That is what I was researching. I am very educated, and I only just learned mastered its intricacies just recently. But as part of my research of the Horn Enclave, I learned that there are currently 2 dwarven clans that have been warring for the longest time, but are planning to make peace with one another with a wedding. How beautiful, right? The scions of 2 of these clans will get married in holy matrimony, and it's apparently a love match, even better. And they are planning to have this wedding ceremony at Horn Enclave. So, with the ritual of astral transmogrification, we will wait as the caravan of these 2 wedding parties passes by. I will perform the ritual, and you will find yourselves possessing the bodies of the wedding party.
Oh, jeez.
And thus able to infiltrate the inner workings of the Horn Enclave, and in particular access their vaults, because the dwarf families have priceless treasures that they are exchanging as part of the wedding ceremony. They will need access to the vaults. How better to get you all in, access to the vaults, and then out without anyone even realizing you are ever there.
I'm not sure I like this.
So
I don't like
How would
possessing the wedding party, so like their minds. I don't. I
Well,
don't fully get it.
it's entirely harmless to them, I assure you. It's like they would be asleep. But
And
you
how
would be
would we
driving their
convince
body,
them?
so to speak.
What happens to our bodies in the meantime?
Well, they would be unconscious, but well cared for. We would perform the ritual where you are in a place of safety, and I can watch over them in the meantime.
How would we get the component back if we are only possessing their bodies?
You would, in their bodies, go in, retrieve the artifact, and then leave once the wedding has been performed. Or, unless you find some other way to make an excuse for the dwarves to leave, but you would just bring it out with you.
So quick question. While we're possessing these people, are we able to still use our abilities? Like, let's say I had a spell to locate object.
Not as such.
Okay.
Now, your mental proclivities, proficiencies, etc., you would have, but you would not necessarily have the same strength that you are used to, because, of course, you would be in the physical body of another. Although these dwarves are certainly capable fighters, you would not have access to your normal magic during the interval. But, certain skills that are inherent, if you are, for example, dexterous of hand, you would still be in your temporary body.
Okay.
But we could not take things with us.
Yeah.
Well, no, what you would propose, certainly you would only be entering with the things that the wedding party has on them, so as to not arouse suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
But then, when you are leaving with the Wheel of Stars, you'll be loading into the wedding caravan, just as though everything is entirely normal, and then, just before sun sets and the ritual ends, just toss it out the window and we'll retrieve it.
So, you want us to possess a gang of dwarves, leaving behind any magical abilities we would possess, then pretend to be these people during a wedding, and then leave, and then just throw an intensely magical item out of the window like a bin of rubbish?
Precisely.
Are you mad?
Well,
It's a good
I
plan.
understand you have not thought it out as thoroughly as I have. I think you'll find that although it does carry some degree of risk, without risk comes no reward. And any other plan that you can conceive of, I suspect will have equal or greater risk.
We're not going to be able to fight our way in or out. We're not going to, and
It
we're
is an
certainly not going to be
extremely
able to.
secure facility. I can, in fact, show you the blueprints. And I'm going to show you the map. He has it here. So, and this is a big place. So let me show it to you here. So so as we, he shows you here, because this is the heist planning, and what you notice actually is that this is clearly a map that's been in the archives for a while, and in fact, it has a written, scrawled along the bottom is Omen's heist plan. And he says, don't mind that, those are old notes from a previous event.
Certainly.
Point
So
of
you've done
interest, it
this
is, of course,
before?
part of why they are, reluctant to do business with Acquisitions Incorporated as present, you can understand. So in any event, yes, so as you would approach the enclave, first there are these many large portcullises here that only open when a dwarf knows the special daily song and plays it on a set of bagpipes. That would open
Daily
those portcullises. And then these enormous stone doors are too heavy for any normal individual or even a group to open, but these two iron golems will open them, assuming that, of course, they judge you permitted to enter. And inside there are, of course, many, many guards, and the Horn clan themselves, who are notable fighters themselves. But if you glance around, they have their own forge, various other miscellaneous rooms, temple where the wedding ceremony would be performed, I'm sure, a hall of elders. They have their own tavern and dining hall, all these sorts of things. But of particular note is the vault, which is in this northeast corner here. And in particular, I will identify this vault in particular, and that is where I am assured the Wheel of Stars, a component of your orrery, is currently being housed.
How recent is your information?
Extremely.
Okay. I have
Although
a suggestion.
I will add that it has been stored there for some time.
I have a suggestion. I think that throwing the item out of the carriage as it rides away, that could be doable. But if we have party members on hand to catch it and then leave with it, rather than letting it lie around where the our opposition can pick it up,
Oh, well,
that might be
I mean,
better.
we would arrange to retrieve it. I'm not trying to propose otherwise. The key, of course, is just not having any Acquisitions Incorporated personnel be observed at any point by any individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What happens to the minds of the people that we step into?
He said they fall asleep.
It will be as though they fall asleep, and they will awake to find that time has passed, but they will have no knowledge of what transpired in the meantime.
That kind of sucks, because the bride and groom won't remember their wedding if we're taking possession of the bride and groom.
And how long can we take their possession?
Well, we will. The caravan is traveling, and they are scheduled to arrive at the Horn Enclave at around 11 a.m. in the morning. This is only a couple of days away, I should add. 11 in the morning, and the wedding is expected to take place in the afternoon, evening, followed by dinner. And then they would be planning to leave before the sun sets, and that is crucial because, of course, sunset is when the spell will end, regardless of whether we are ready for it to or not. But when the spell ends, all that means is that you will be returned to your original bodies, and so we just have to hope that the dwarves, you have been able to pilot the dwarves out of the Enclave with the Wheel of Stars in the meantime. Otherwise, you will just be returned to your normal bodies, safe and sound.
I'm wondering with the orrery, well, you can only teleport with it once a day, right?
Yes, in the way that it is made now. If it were whole, I might be able to do more, but it would take time.
I was thinking because if we could do it twice, we have a location, a location of where the item is. But
How far away is this enclave from us?
So I'll show you on the map. This is the overall regional map. So you, of course, are here in Phandalin. Horn Enclave is pretty far away. It's up here.
Okay.
But, for example, were you to have possession of something like a battle balloon, you might be able to make a journey in that amount of time. But only if you do not delay unduly.
Well, that sounds like a good plan to me. Let's go.
So, could we maybe have the battle balloon stationed above it, teleport to where it is, and then teleport to the battle balloon?
Well, you could still only teleport once per day.
Yeah. So my thought was,
and he adds, and the vaults of themselves, of course, are protected against teleportation. You could theoretically teleport elsewhere into the Enclave, but not the vaults themselves.
okay. No, my thought was that maybe Yoskrin and I teleport the day before the wedding somewhere close by on the road that they're going to pass on. Then we can hide, and then when the party comes out and dumps the object over the side, it'll have been a day. We can grab it and teleport back to Phandalin with it, provided that your plan works.
My proposal, alternately, would be that you travel there in a battle balloon, make use of all your talents in the infiltration, have a staff member pick up the object, and then you all teleport away with the object once you have retrieved it.
No,
As
it's not
I
split the
originally
party.
suggested in my original plan.
Or
Yes.
maybe a bit of both. What if some were to go into the mind of the dwarf, and some were to stay out?
So, just a brief meta note. There's going to be a long period of time where the people who don't go in won't have anything to do.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not trying
I mean,
to skip another
yeah,
second adventure.
I'm just trying to let you guys know in a meta level that anyone who stays outside, we're going to have to come up with something to do, and then you see what I mean?
On a meta level, that would actually work for me because I've had a little bit of something come up that my attention is going to be divided.
Okay.
So
yeah.
All right. Well, so I mean, if the decision is that you don't want to trust any other staff member, so you want to have Draylen not go in, but be instead the one who is going to retrieve the item when you come out. That's fine. We can do that.
And also watch over the Orrery.
So so the Orrery theoretically could stay with your unconscious body, which will be watched over by Flabbergast.
I don't think we necessarily trust Flabbergast.
Yeah.
You guys tell me, man. I'm presenting the adventure to you, okay?
Yeah.
So, like...
Yeah.
My only worry about this is inhabiting these stores, driving the dwarf bodies, and not having anybody else think that something is up.
Well,
I'm assuming you have dossiers on each of the dwarves that who we would be.
Yes. Well, not only do we have preliminary dossiers to let you know who all is in the wedding party, but part of the nature of the spell is that you would have loose access to their memories, give you recall of names, faces, etc. You would not know everything that they know, but you maintain a loose connection to their unconscious mind.
That at least is a...
And I assure you that the one enclave and the two families coming in are not overly familiar with each other as it is. They're not old friends or anything of the like.
All right.
Now, there are, of course, members of the overall traveling caravan beyond the ones that you will be inhabiting. You would certainly want to be taking care not to act overly unusual. But I have confidence in all of you. You're, a rank 2 franchise at this point, are you not?
We are. And for Bug, the Acquisitions Incorporated has yet to send somebody who betrayed us or betrayed our trust. I see
really
no
not good for
reason that
business.
Flabbergast should not be treated the same.
Quite. We are very trustworthy, aren't we, Mr. Snibbly?
What if we were to
I just thought of so that'd be crazy, but be kind of cool. It's like have a Graco basically be on guard as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if Flabbergast does anything that to harm us, Graco
would shoot him.
Graco gets to.
I think at some of the whispering amongst yourselves, Flabbergast was saying, I'll remind you that I have gone to a great amount of effort at your request to help you recover this artifact. I have other things I could be doing.
Again, I will state to the group, AI has not sent us anybody who has done us harm at this time, I see no reason why we cannot put our trust in this person for this mission, which we requested.
Also, says the meta voice from the sky, this is the next part of the adventure.
Speaking of harm, I have one question.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to come to harm in these dwarves' bodies, would it affect us? And if that body were to cease, how would we be?
Well, were it to occur, the unfortunate situation that one of the dwarfs you are inhabiting would be killed, you would just be returned to your own body, but of course, they would be dead.
Yeah.
I would certainly imagine we wish to avoid that scenario if at all possible.
Yeah. I am afraid to leave the orrery, but this chance will not come again.
This is a chance to improve the orrery.
I will stay with the orrery. It's going to be okay.
I trust you. I trust you too, Mr. Fabergast.
Well,
let's do it.
Wonderful. All right, so I think this is your other than just little test flights puttering around the town, this is your first journey proper with the battle balloon. And you have you're gonna make your way across the land, flying over the hill and dale, so to speak, all the way to Horn Enclave and the nearby place where you're going to intercept the wedding caravan. Very exciting. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. No, that's not yet. Never mind. So
foreshadowing.
So this is basically just artwork of like the entrance to the enclave. All right, let's see. Okay. As you're traveling, you guys are going to learn a number of things here. You know what? Let me actually copy and paste this into a Google Doc to give you guys, because this is essentially the dossier that you guys are studying. And this is basically, who are these people? What is their deal, right? Hang on, let's see. Hang on, let me make sure this is oh, you know what? I can't just copy and paste this whole thing, so I'm just gonna have to you know what? There's a better time to do this. The short version is that there are the Dargun clan and the Thunderwind clan are the people. So Gwendolyn Dargun is going to marry Tanis Thunderwind. Let's see. They are also, each family is bringing valuable gifts to provide to the new couple. These are all going to be stored in the vault in the meantime, which is why, the party, they will have access to the vault, which is a key element of the plan, right? You don't have to break into the vaults. You can at least get to a nearby vault with keys and then figure out how to get into the actual one you need. But access to the vault area is in of itself a very big deal. And then you are going to okay, hang on. Come on, give me the freaking preview on this. All right. Okay, whoever just I don't see it. Okay. All right. Okay, good. So you're making your way, and that's the plan. You know what? We're going to do this montage style. When stuff comes up, I will tell you how you learned about it in advance. And so, Spence is having to be a little bit, focusing on something else at the moment too. So I think we all understand that, but that's what's going on. So in the meantime, let's, sorry, I'm just like this. This is a strangely organized section here. All right. So you guys are all traveling across, across the lands. And at this point, you have arrived at the location where you are watching from a mountain hideaway where you can look down and see the road that's being traveled. And sure enough, there on a gray morning with cloudy skies, 3 horse-drawn carriages roll up the mountain, heavy with cargo. Dwarves can be seen steering the carriages and peering out of windows, and their voices carry a sense of excitement and wonder as they approach Horn Enclave. The stronghold is indeed awe-inspiring, a massive arched stone entrance, a marvelous work of art in and of itself, leads into the mountain. 4 sets of heavy iron portcullises stand fast before the caravan's approach, with a set of stone doors taller than a giant set behind them to mark the interior space into the enclave. The caravan stops and waits as a dwarf with bagpipes steps forward before the portcullis gates. And so this is where, you guys have, a little place where he's casting a tiny hut equivalent spell to protect you while you're going to be unconscious. And he is casting this ritual. So basically, it's random who gets into who. So let's see. I'm going to, just based on the order that you guys are in right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I'm rolling a D8 just to kind of do the order. All right. So first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mark, or rather, Yoskrin, you are going to find yourself inhabiting Gwendolyn Dargan, the bride-to-be. Yeah. You are the cherubic overseer of Dargan Ironworks. Having recently taken over from her aging mother, Amara, Gwendolyn is an excellent metallurgist and runs the business with superb aplomb. She worries that her professional success overshadows her betrothed, Tanis, who until recently was a raving barbarian bent only on war. She believes that Tanis has changed, and her goal here is to convince him that she believes in him and is proud of the person he has become. She carries no weapons with her for the wedding, but you are going to use the stats for a veteran when you are in her body, but carrying no weapons at present. All right. Jason, aka Kip, you are going to be inhabiting Tanis Thunderwind, the groom. Tanis Thunderwind is a reformed barbarian. His only love used to be the battlefield, but that changed when he met Gwendolyn. Everything about her was peaceful, tranquil, and better than him. He has since sworn to give up violence and become a partner to Gwendolyn to help grow the ironworks. His goal is to convince Gwendolyn's family that he is good enough for her and that he has given up his violent ways. Tanis also carries no weapons with him. Next is going to, that's the 8 that we're not, because Draylen's not going in. So, I forget so many people's names. Arwen, you are going to be inhabiting Rala Dargun, Gwendolyn's cousin, lifelong best friend, and attendant of honor for the wedding ceremony. Having lived a life of adventure herself, she is supportive of Gwendolyn marrying someone different. She stays at Gwendolyn's side, encouraging her and ensuring that she has a wonderful day. Rala carries a short sword as well as a set of thieves' tools and mason's tools. And so you all know this in advance, you studied all, this information that I'm giving you now is what was in the dossier that you studied. But now it's random who you're actually going to be. So that's how we're kind of doing this. So.
Okay.
Keep getting duplicate rolls. All right. Clovis, you are going to be inhabiting Amara Dargan, Gwendolyn's mother, a crotchety old dwarf with serious doubts regarding Tanis Thunderwind. However, Amara loves her daughter and is willing to trust her judgment. She also carries no weapons.
Okay.
All right. And then, let's see. There we go. We have names. Billy, you are going to be inhabiting Toman Dargun, the head of security for Dargun Ironworks. Cares little for weddings or love. All that stuff just gets in the way of business and creates security risks. Tommen carries a warhammer that uses the same statistics as the priest's mace attack. Oh, yeah, so just, by the way, you are going to use the stats for a priest. You can look that up. Amara, Clovis, you are going to be you're a bandit captain, just in terms of stats. And then Rala, I don't remember who Rala was going to be, right? I think.
Okay, yeah, that's me.
Rala you're a spy.
Okay.
Tanis is a berserker. And then I think that's last but not least, right? Where is it only Bug that hasn't been assigned?
Bug and me.
Oh, okay. Yes. So, okay. If it's the roll 1 through 4. Okay. Bug, you are going to be Gorat Thunderwind. Tanis's cousin, the groom's cousin, and oldest friend, bears many scars from the battles they fought together. He loves battle still and is struggling to understand and support Tanis's change of heart and mind. Gorat carries no weapons for the wedding, but he's resourceful enough to turn anything he grabs into a weapon. Such improvised weapons use the normal berserker attack statistics, and you are a berserker. Last but not least, Katalis, you are inhabiting Jorman Thunderwind, Tanis's father. He will conduct the ceremony to marry his son to Gwendolyn.
Oh, boy.
He also uses the priest statistics, carries a warhammer and a shield.
That could have been worse.
Yeah. All right. So, as this magic takes place, you suddenly find yourselves pulled out of your bodies and zipping towards this strange caravan, and now inhabiting these dwarven bodies. Those of you who are in the Dargun clan are in the Dargun clan carriage. Those of you who are in the Thunderwind clan are in the Thunderwind clan carriage. So you're with each other. You are so as far as those stats that I gave you, that you can basically do anything that those say, or for intelligence, wisdom, and charisma stuff, you can use your own, normal stats. Also, if you have skill proficiencies in your normal body, you can also transfer those over. But magic users don't have magic unless it matches what your stats have. Your current body has. Actually, I don't even think it would. So, like, even the ones that are in priests who would have magic otherwise, you don't have their magic. So I think it still doesn't work.
Nuts.
All right. So, as you find yourself settling into this strange new body that you're in, the dwarf up ahead is playing the bagpipes. And there was a fun comment in the chat of, are they playing the right key? And it opens all of those portcullis, and the enormous stone doors are pulled open by 2 iron golems, and the carriages remain outside. Let me go ahead and put us back on the. Oh, you know what? I just realized some of these I thought were gonna be. Here we go. Yeah. So then you're moving in. Carriage is coming into this area here, but the carriages remain in this area, and you are all entering in through these doors to the Hall of War. So, I think that there's a moment before you actually go into the Hall of War that you can all at least sort of make eye contact with one another. But from here on in, the act is on.
right.
I hope you guys are excited about this because it seems fun.
Nervous.
Yeah. So,
Performance is not my forte.
So basically, at this point, it's taken about 15 minutes to go through this whole process, and so it's about 11:15 now. There's a whole itinerary in this part of the adventure. Beyond the double doors is an enormous rectangular hall, easily 50 feet wide and over 100 feet long, with smaller double doors set into the other three walls. Every surface of the walls, floor, and ceiling is exquisitely carved with runes and bas-reliefs depicting dwarves at war. Grand pillars shaped like stone dwarves hold up the ceiling. The floor is intricately carved and appears to be inset with stone tiles that can shift, lift, and rotate. 5 dwarves are in the process of moving tiles around as if shaping a massive mosaic. Not far from the dwarves is a large metallic construct with a terrifying number of appendages ending in blades and saws. It is thankfully unmoving. And so this stone golem token on the map is actually that thing that I just described. A female dwarf with sharp eyes and deep red hair tied in braids calls out a greeting as she approaches the caravan. Welcome, guests and friends of Clan Dargun and Clan Thunderwind. Horn Enclave is at your disposal for the wonderful occasion of your wedding. And so from your dossier, you know that this is Rizwind Horn, the daughter and heir apparent of the Horn clan. She has greeted you. Hello.
Greetings. I'm so excited to be here.
And you are the groom, if I'm not mistaken, young Tanis.
Yes, although I'm still a bit nervous.
Oh, I can imagine. I'm not wed yet myself, but just the prospect of it has me shaking in my boots. And several of the other dwarves in the room laugh.
Yes.
It is a great honor to be here. We thank you. We give you much thanks from both of our families and for this historic, shall I say, occasion, and hopefully peaceful.
Well, wonderful. Yes, we'll planning to show you the most hospitality and, of course, the finest security for your valuables. That's what we're known for at Clan Horn, after all. And you, young lady, you are the bride, I'm sure.
Oh, I am the bride. Yeah, I have a cold.
So Rizwin turns to the others and just says, "Look, I think she's more nervous than the groom." And everyone kind of laughs again, and everyone's kind of chuckling. We're all
Indeed.
Just enjoy this occasion. We're having a good time.
It's kind of makes me wonder.
Brogue.
Kind of makes me wonder if are they speaking in Dwarvish or?
You know what? I will say yes, but part of your whole little ritual here is that you speak Dwarvish for now.
Second connection.
Yeah. So you find that you are.
You
speaking
have a
in
universal
Dwarvish, but
translator. Is
exactly
what we're saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's part of the ritual. Gave it to you. So Rizwin looks around at all of you and says, "So I'm sure after exposing these valuables to the dangers of travel, I'm sure you're ready to put them somewhere safer. So your vault awaits, ready for a gift each family has brought for the wedding. As instructed, we will safeguard these gifts until Gwendolyn and Tanis are ready to receive them. For today only, keys will be given to Tommen Dargun and Gorat Thunderwind for the storage of any additional gifts during the celebration. After that time, Tommen Dargun will retain one key, and Horn Enclave shall retain the other." Rizwin then grows suddenly stern. "Please remember that Horn Enclave is a secure location. As we are responsible for our other clients, you are expected to remain at all times with your group in the areas indicated for your itinerary. So now let us proceed together to the vaults."
To the vaults.
Aye.
Aye, to the vaults.
All
Come,
right.
son.
So I think I'm not going to use this as a tactical map right now, unless, of course, actual combat breaks out. We'll see. But, it depends on on you guys, right? So she leads you up through these doorways here to the north. And then you see that there's 2 areas here where there could be portcullises lowered, but they're currently not lowered. She leads you through this hallway right here, through past the barracks and into the vaults area here. And let me just, I guess it doesn't really matter what layer that guy's on. But yeah, so she's leading you through this, the double doors to the north, etc., etc.
As we're passing like the barracks or whatnot, are
Mhm.
there any kind of weapon racks or displays that we see anywhere? Like maybe a dagger that somebody could palm?
Oh, well, so you see that many of these guards that you see wandering around and in the barracks and so on are carrying their weapons on them. And you have not passed an armory, but you do recall that part of your studying shows that there is an armory in the enclave, but it's down here in the southwest region.
Okay.
Otherwise, the guards and so on are carrying their weapons on them all the time. That's because that's what they do.
Looking for opportunities.
Oh no, I get it. I get it. Let's see. So, yes. So, yeah. So she shows you into the vaults, and so there's some complicated stuff here because of course it's like a heist, so it has to be rules for everything, right? So okay. So what I said earlier was that this vault right here with the X was the one where the part is. Actually, that's not correct. That is the one where the wedding gifts are going to be. This one is the one where the part is. And so it was extra convenient that it was going to be adjacent with a shared wall in between, for example. So you guys can decide if that's how you want to do it. But basically, Rizwin is explaining how every vault door is covered with iron bands that are lined with lead to prevent scrying. They're air and watertight. Feature layer of locks that make opening a vault without its keys nearly impossible. 2 keys are required to open a vault door. That's why you've each got one. And so with one typically held by the enclave here and another by the owner of the vault's contents. And so when both keys have been turned in the locks, the door opens. And so they're showing how these gifts are actually going to be in one of the extra secure ones where you actually have to go through 2 doors. There's a door here into this first chamber and then another door into the next one. It's the same keys. It's just a matter of like if someone was going to try to somehow force the locks or et cetera, they'd have to get through 2 of them. And so let's see. She's explaining this because she's essentially giving you a little spiel about how safe your gifts are going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
My word, you guys pull out all the stops.
Mm-hmm.
Those are very impressive doors, but it seems to me that once the door becomes strong enough, then the walls need to be enhanced as well. What have you done to protect against that?
Well, of course, all the external walls are extremely secure, and the walls between the vaults, well, you'd have to get into one vault before you could get into another, couldn't you? So if all of the walls are equally secure, then of course, that's it's still stone and lead and stone on in a layer.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone ever been anyone ever been trapped in these doors? It seems dangerous. If I were to wander down here and take the wrong turn, I could be trapped.
Well, no, I mean, we've, got guards on duty at all times. So if anyone ever got trapped, they, just pound on the wall and we'd hear them coming running.
But the walls are so thick.
Everyone is
we dwarves
politely
are known
always
for our ears,
Everyone's likely escorted anyways, right, dear?
Of course. You see, and to get in the vault, you need both keys. So you'd never be unescorted. That's a general rule.
I've been able to get lost in an open room. So I thought I would ask.
I thought you were the runner of the foundry.
Yeah, it's very well marked. I have signs everywhere.
Well, I
She's
suppose everyone
joking,
has
she's
their own
joking.
system.
She's so modest. She's so modest.
She'll make a great daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha.
She's very deep in all her approaches.
All right. So she basically goes ahead and shows you. She has the 2 keys, and then she's demonstrating to you like how you use both keys at once to open the first door, and then you take the keys with you into that room and use both keys to open the second door into that inner chamber. And the gifts that are being brought there, I suppose I could tell you what those are, because it's what you are carrying with you to now put in the vault.
Quick question. Is it just her showing us around?
Well, there are guards all over the place, but it's her giving you the tour.
So are they inside the vaults?
No, not right. So right now there's no one but her that has come into the vault with you.
So it's our entire crew in this one.
Yeah, let me point out that we still need to be able to get out of the complex with the thing.
Yeah.
So if we perform some skullduggery and start trying to run out, we're going to get caught, killed, and that'll be the end of it.
Oh, we don't have the honor.
Yeah, you need to get the part first, and then get out without the place
We have
being
to
on
get the
lockdown.
we get the part without raising an alarm, secrete it about ourselves, and continue to go about our business.
Oh crap! We couldn't take the honor anyway. Darn it! Couldn't have been a wedding gift, could it?
So the various gifts that you've got brought in with you got there's furniture, art pieces, other large items that are being carried by the dwarf servants that are kind of with you. Along with no, actually, I take it back. These are being carried by the Horn Enclave guards. It's just you guys, those guards, but they're being carried along with adamantine bars worth 5,000 gold pieces, a suit of +1 mithril half plate inscribed with the insignia of Dargon Ironworks, and a belt of dwarven kind bearing the insignia of the Thunderwind clan. So those are the gifts being placed in the vaults at this time. And then, as promised, as you're closing those things into the vault, she does say, as she said she would, she gives 1 key to Tommen Dargon, and 1 key to Goret Thunderwind. You guys know who you are, right?
I forgot.
Okay. I believe that you were
Billy is
Loman.
Toman.
Okay.
Tommen Dargon, yeah.
Tommen.
Head of security for the Dargon Ironworks.
Ah.
So please write this down so that we don't have to remember again. He's the one that cares little about the wedding, at least the Tommen that you're inhabiting. That is his whole deal. So he uses priest stats, carries the warhammer. Yeah. All right. Okay. So in any event, as you're she's demonstrating, first of all, the doors are elaborately locked. I can show you a little piece of artwork here for what those look like. So you can see that these are significant doors. All right. So and you at the same time that you're sort of finishing up, a dwarf wizard with a steel gray beard appears, and you know from your dossier that this is Ironbeard, who is the sort of the court wizard and head of security for the Horn Enclave, and he just shows up and says, "Greetings, Rizwin. I suppose this is the lucky couple and their family. So Have you seen the vaults then? I'm sure you're pleased with the security we can offer your guests while you're here.
Ironbeard, I've heard so much about you and your skills.
Oh, well, I don't like to boast, but it's nice to be recognized.
Aline, in my old days, you would have been a great ally on the battlefield.
Ah, well, for such a reputed warrior as yourself, that's high praise.
Shh, don't tell my in-laws.
Your secret is safe with me, young man.
I'm beaming like, that's my boy. That's my boy.
Tillman, Billy, as Tillman just gives an eye roll, it's like, it's supposed to be a security professional. But files that away as a...
Right. One quick retcon. It is the second door is not opened with the keys again. You use the keys to open the first door, and the second door is opened by a passphrase that she asks you to pick now. And so basically, Rizwin suggests that both Gwendolyn and Tanis, as the bride and groom to be, collectively choose a password that they can share as they like, but of course they should treat it with the utmost security because so what we'll require is unless so the for the duration of the wedding that door remains open, but afterward even someone with the keys can't get into the inner vault unless one or the other of them speaks the password.
And all of the doors have this password?
No, just the
thing?
one.
Yeah. So
Just the internal.
yeah, just the inner door right here. Yeah. So you need the keys to get in the outer door, the password to get in the inner door. But during the wedding, the inner door will stay open. So in any event, you met Ironwind, Ironbeard, and everything's kind of going well so far. So far, so good. All of the gifts are locked in that vault. Theoretically, you could access it now, except that you are being escorted to the tavern.
Mhm.
So you're brought back through the barracks. Oh, go ahead. If you have...
Does it seem to be the same keys for every vault?
No, they are. If you can ask, and she'll say no. Each key is actually uniquely crafted just for that vault. Even the two keys are not identical to each other for the single vault.
Very intelligent. Very good for security.
Yes, well, we pride ourselves on our security here. We've only been breached once. Gets a little uptight and gritting teeth at that moment, but of course that was a long time ago.
Yes.
We've updated our security practices since then.
Who would have such gall?
Elves.
Bloody mercenary company known as Acquisitions Incorporated. Yeah. Well, you can be sure that none of them are welcome. They wouldn't show their faces around here, I can tell you that.
Indeed.
So leads you back through the hallway to the barracks and up around to to where the guest quarters are and the tavern. And so as you go get to the tavern, great tree trunks have been cut in half to form a series of long tables in this drinking hall. The northern wall behind the bar is formed entirely of kegs of ale, all of them tapped. Busy servers pour frothy mugs and serve them to the multitude of dwarves already here. As Rizwin steps into the tavern, she claps her hands once and several dwarves quickly clear two central tables for the wedding party and guests. Tall mugs of amber beer are served, while platters loaded with skewers of roasted meat and root vegetables are brought to the table. Drinks and food are on the house. And from the itinerary that basically you are hanging out here for the next 2 hours is the plan. And so, the expectation is that you would be hanging out here, offering toasts, swapping tall tales, making small talk while, that's where you're expected to be for this period.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's a good thing we're in dwarven bodies. if we're going to be drinking dwarven ale.
So,
Yeah. So there are certainly other dwarves here in the area. You do note that sticking out like a sore thumb, there's a lone tabaxi merchant at the end of one of the long tables, wearing a bandolier of magic wands and watching over a set of small chests beneath her table. And then as you're hanging out and kind of getting settled in there, you're all kind of acting the part right now?
yeah,
Yeah.
certainly.
Aye.
Okay.
Someone would.
Festive and
Right.
Wait, I that tabaxi and be like, who's try and stop a server and ask who that is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Stranger.
Yeah. Yeah, the server says, "Oh, that's just a merchant in town, to get some items out of their vault. I believe her name's Two Dry Cloaks. Weird tabaxi names, but that's the name.
Two dry quills or
Cloaks.
quilt?
Two Dry Cloaks,
Oh,
like
okay.
you wear." And then as you guys are settling in, first of all, there's an itinerary for this wedding. So, I'm going to be guiding you along the rails. And so it is up to you at whatever point you guys decide that you need to take some additional action. So as you guys are sort of settling in and just getting a sense of the space, all of a sudden there's a lot of attention because the doors have opened and Lady Kira Horn and Lord Zardak Horn are brought in, and they come in. You've got the they're the the heads of this clan. It's clear looking at him that Zardak is half blind and is basically kind of always on, his wife's always on his arm, right? Like he's escorting her when in reality she's keeping him from bumping into walls and stuff. In any event, they come and offer their greeting. It's a pleasure to have such illustrious clans joining their houses here in ours.
It's a great honor. Thank you for having us and availing this fine establishment and appointments.
The chance for my son and his bride-to-be to be united in wedlock and for me to perform the ceremony in your hallowed halls is indeed an honor which words cannot express the depth of my thanks.
Right. Wonderful.
I like your doors.
Oh,
You
yes.
have very nice doors.
We are quite proud of them. And at this point, Yoskrin, in your current Gwendolyn body, you realize Lord Zardak, although his eyes are kind of, sort of glazed with cataracts a little bit, he seems like he's staring a little bit narrow-eyed at you, like he.
Do I have something in my teeth? Is there a mirror?
You look lovely, dear.
You look different than I remember.
I probably am different than you remember. Memory, funny things.
And Lady Kira Horn at that point laughs and says, "Oh, of course. Honey, you know you have not met Gwendolyn before." And he's
Then
just
how
like,
could
"Oh,
you remember
of
me?"
course." Have you met before?
I have a cold.
No, actually not. I don't believe there would have ever been occasion.
Yeah, don't. It's.
Must be a trick of the light. Trick of the light. That's what it is.
She's had a whole lot of ale. She's drunk me under the table several times.
All right.
I have? Oh, yeah, I have. I have had ale.
well.
It was good ale.
That's a sign of a happy dwarf marriage if I've ever heard one.
A
Certainly
strong
enough
woman
to-
for a strong household.
So at this point, eventually they take their leave. They're not hanging out in the tavern. They just came to say hi and offer their their blessings. They'll be at the wedding as well, of course, but they're just greeting you, their guests. But as you guys are hanging out here, maybe getting to the point where we're going to start like whispering about what the actual plan is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rala, you've been feeling the odd sensation of having the memories of this body you inhabit kind of circulating around kind of in the periphery. But suddenly it starts to kind of come up a little stronger, almost like a compulsion. And you realize you need to steal Gorat's key right now. You cannot stop yourself. So I need you to make a sleight of hand check against Gorat's perception check.
Okay.
Okay, how do I...
So
I'm playing Rala.
Yeah, so you can use either, for these sorts of things, you can whichever is better.
Yeah. I believe actually they're both the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 20.
Yeah, you win. I got a 12.
All right. So, Rala, you have managed to lift the vault key out of Gorat's pockets, and you feel compelled now to make an excuse for why you need to leave the tavern for a moment.
Okay.
It occurs to you also that it might be helpful to get the other key too, but that one's optional because you're pretty skilled at lock picking, and if you have at least one key, it's a little easier. 2 keys, obviously, is trivial, but you can decide whether it makes sense to try to steal the other key or not. But you don't want to risk getting caught. You don't want to push your luck, right?
I'll catch a sorter and just ask which way to the pretties.
Little dwarfs.
Yeah.
Yes.
She just nods. It's like, oh yeah, through that door, and go through one more, and then it's on your left.
Okay, so I'll go through that door, and then where am I?
So you're leaving the tavern right here.
Okay.
And so we'll come back to the rest of you in a moment too, but I think you are slipping out, at least for the moment, unnoticed in all of the commotion. And so you are going to try to sneak past the barracks. So I need you to make a stealth check for me.
Okay. I believe my own personal. Okay. Both me and the spy are proficient, so it'll be the same. Not so good. Unfortunately, that was just a 10.
Okay. So at this point, you notice one of the a guard sort of peeks out through one of the barracks room and just says, "Oh, are you lost, young lady?"
Nope, not at all. I want to kind of bluff, give the I know who I am and where I'm going,
confidence.
Yeah.
Confidence.
I have a clipboard.
Yes,
Sure.
I have a clipboard.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Okay. 19.
Oh, yeah. So he just says, oh, okay, well, just make sure you don't wander too far afield from your group. But he basically goes back in and lets you decide. So let's give you a little bit more perspective, because you're realizing now, as you're sort of finding your control over this body usurped a bit, that you're still kind of along for the ride, and it's just somehow the thoughts and feelings of your body are infecting your own.
Right. Okay.
And so you are starting to pick up the fact that Rala isn't actually Rala.
Okay.
Rala, finger quotes, is a doppelganger
Oh no!
on a secret mission to steal the belt of Dwarvenkind.
Okay.
And so that is what you are now attempting to do. So you have one key. And you have made your way into the vaults. Ironbeard is actually not around at the moment, so you are able to make your way to that vault. You have one key, and so that means you're going to have to try to pick the other lock.
Okay, is the belt of dwarvenkind among our things? Is that
It was
of
one
okay.
of the gifts brought by the family,
Okay.
but it was placed in that vault. Yeah.
Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, then I will.
So yeah, you are then you are able to get to the lock. And what you know is that this is a very complicated lock. So mechanically, what you need to do is make 3 successive lockpick checks, thieves' tools checks.
Okay.
But you have one of the keys, so that reduces the difficulty.
Okay. All right. Well, let's. I want to make sure that I've got my masonry tools with me. They're on my list as things I've got.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still have them?
I think you have your. I think you have your stuff.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then yes, I'm going to go ahead and try and pick this lock.
Okay. Go ahead and make that thieves' tools check. I just realized it. Be on song here.
With proficiency and my dexterity, that's a 23.
So that is 1 success.
Okay. Second one. Ooh, I rolled a natural 1.
Okay. Well, so what is it? What is the total?
That's only 5.
Okay. So basically, that requires you to restart the process.
Okay. Take a look around, make sure I'm not being observed. I got a 9.
Okay. You once again, you're having to restart.
Okay. I'm rolling terrible. 7.
Okay. At this point, the door to the vault starts going bing, 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 and you suspect that guards are gonna come shortly. So you can try to make a stealth check to evade them.
Okay. How about if I'm a doppelganger, can I make myself look like a guard?
You can't change your clothes.
Okay.
So you can change your appearance, but not what you're wearing.
Okay. Then yes, stealth. 15.
All right. So I think the way this works is that you sort of creep around the corner. You hear the guards coming to inspect the one wedding vault. They're clearly suspicious. You also realize now that having this initial attempt be thwarted, you're kind of in control again.
Okay.
So you could, if you chose to, just return to the tavern where everybody else is.
I will sneak back to the tavern.
Okay. Make another stealth check.
Now I go roll good. 19.
All right. Yeah, you make it back, no problem. So I think you were actually not gone very long. So I think just as everyone is starting to realize, because you're not actually used to looking for each other's current bodies, right?
Right.
At this point, you start to realize, wait a minute, where's Arwen/Rala? But at that point, you slip back into the tavern.
Upset stomach, Rala?
No.
Have some beer. It's good for the stomach.
So there are lots of other dwarves around, but you guys are also currently sharing tables, so like you guys could probably try to whisper amongst each other if you needed to.
I was thinking perhaps we could use that illness and maybe somebody could go to their room and be escorted to their room, and then we could use that as a cover for somebody to sneak about, or I don't know. How should we do this at night? Do we do it now?
So the current itinerary is that
now
you're here.
Would be a bad time.
Yeah. You're here until 1:30. So the wedding itinerary, like if you were just going to follow that plan, you would be here until 1:30, at which point you would be going to the guest quarters and expected to change there and basically do all of like getting dressed for the wedding, the ceremony, and doing all of those sorts of preparations, taking a nap if you want to, sleeping off the lunchtime beers, that sort of thing. And then until 4 o'clock, at which point you would go to the temple to do actually the ceremony. after the ceremony would be the dining hall, which would be at about 4:30, and you'd be there until 6 o'clock, at which point everyone would be leaving. That is the current wedding itinerary.
What time is sunset? Because this spell ends at sunset, correct?
Yes, it is basically just after you would be leaving in a little ways down the road.
Okay.
So let's say 6:30.
I think we should try to find reasons to leave. And I think we should try it now. I don't think we'll be alone enough any other time. Because if it's time to change and dress and do those things, there's going to be servants and...
You're not alone now.
Well, yeah,
no, by people in the tavern.
Well, yeah, but I meant
Mm-hmm.
they're all partying and drinking and celebrating, whereas later they'll be focused more on events at hand, not libation.
Yeah.
I think we definitely have to move before 4 and have it in hand before that. Before I give away the bride, the blushing bride, as it were.
I think our best bet is going to be to go through the wall between in order to get in there. That's going to be our best bet. And so we need to be alone in the vault with just the 2 people with the keys and maybe a lookout to try and slip through that wall.
But you're going to need to have some tools to get through the wall.
Yeah. I've got tools.
You've got tools?
I've got masonry tools.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I have any tools. What is... No, those are not tools.
No, those are not tools.
Well, I mean...
There's something uncomfortable in there, but I think it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Let's do 2 people. Someone with the keys and someone to get through the wall. That way you have a lookout, and then you have someone who can go through the wall. I am not especially skilled at anything, so I recommend that not be me.
It is not good, though, because if you go through the wall, there will be a hole in the wall, and when it will be discovered, if we are trying to leave with the rest of the things, then they're going to see this hole.
We'll close everything up behind us, and they won't see it because they don't go into the vaults once they're closed because they need our keys to get in there.
But
I think we should leave immediately too. We should leave immediately. Perhaps we should have a either last minute jitters or a fight. And the ones with the items can take off with the carriage, and
I was kind of looking forward to it.
I think it would be terrible to hurt these families' prospects, but I don't think I think the best way to get out is if we stage a brew up, and then we just this marriage is over, and I drag my son away, and
isn't this the joining of 2 clans to prevent war?
Cold feet.
I have an idea.
I don't want to start a war.
Maybe not a war, but I could go investigate the barracks. Reliving my warring, fighting days. And my bride-to-be gets upset. Her family gets upset because remember, I need to prove myself. And thus, that causes the rift, that causes the distractions, and my father storms me out because he finds it dishonorable that they think I should not be a warrior.
But that could start a fight.
There's something that could recover from.
But it could, yes, exactly. But it could be recovered from.
If they are already close to fighting, and this blows up, then there could be fighting here, and we could end up on different sides in the fight.
You're also putting the cart before the horse a little bit because you don't actually have the component yet.
I think that we should try to find a way to get the component, but then put it in with our wedding gifts, and then we just leave. with all of
Hmm.
I think we should try that now. Then I do think
So,
now.
but then that it is the hole could be discovered much,
But no hole. There is a
longer.
door, and for every door there is a key. Someone must know this key because, well, they will be able to get in and out.
Someone who isn't here at all has one of the two keys.
Yeah.
No,
So
There's-
the other key of the vault where the component is, whoever put it there would have the other
Yeah.
key.
Yes, who
So-
isn't even here. So if you have a way to get through that without the second key, by
Well,
all
have-
means, let's talk about that plan.
Have some of you have been able to stick tools in to
With that
pull
either
apart the lock?
Who's that?
Well, I'm trying to remember. I just learned the spell to do this, but I cannot do it here.
So I mean, Arwen, you did pick locks when
Yeah.
you went to the lighthouse, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm also not admitting that I have.
Sure.
Well,
No,
how-
I'm just saying it is reasonable that they might expect you to be the one that would pick locks.
I have.
It's kind of a funny coincidence that you ended up in that particular body.
I have masonry tools. I'll be able to dig through the stones and the wall to get there. We don't need to go through the main vault door because we have the keys to this one. We have the password to the second door. If we close the second door while we're digging through the wall, they won't hear us because there'll be solid walls between us and them. And we all we need to do is have a reason for somebody to stay behind there.
Mhm.
When it comes time to retrieve the presents, all we need to do is to keep anybody from going in where they'd be able to see that section of wall. That is the best.
I miss my magic. I
So
could
do
make
I.
that not seem a hole easily.
Yeah. By
Does
the way,
anyone else
just-
have masonry tools? Or just you? I don't.
Now, I will say, if we can get the object, then we can cause the fight, and the one with the item can actually storm out. Because after that point, it doesn't matter what happens to these bodies.
So at this point, a very drunk dwarf leans into the table and says, "What are y'all whispering about?"
It's because I need another beer. Come on! And I wrap my arm around him.
You easily led away to get another beer.
I thought this place would be more familiar, but your dwarves are very strange.
Not like your dwarves?
No, not at all. They are so happy.
Just haven't met them at the right time.
I think Toman would go and try and talk to Two Dry Clothes.
Okay.
See,
All right.
How do you approach?
kind of walk up, trying to be full of dwarvish pride and say, "You look strange here."
Yes, well, I'm not exactly a dwarf. Is that what gave it away?
That is true. I hear that you're here to retrieve items from your own vault.
Yes, that's correct. I am an accomplished mage and merchant, and of course I make use of the Horn Enclave vaults for all of my valuables. I find them extremely reliable.
If I may ask, which vault is yours?
What?
Seriously?
Oh
no,
my god!
Dude,
You
no.
can retcon that question if you like, or you can ask it straight up. That's fine.
I think basically in the goal is I want to get an idea of the area where their vault is at.
Oh well, I mean, my vault is in the northern section, but I believe they're identical as far as I can tell. Anyway.
Ah, good.
Can I?
I'm with the
Oh,
I do not wish to have
You're
to
here
worry
with the
about
wedding
food.
party, yes?
Yes.
I hope I wish the bride and groom the best of luck in their new adventure in matrimony.
Yes, well, weddings, love, all that.
Yeah, Two Dread Cloaks is going to make an insight check.
Hmm.
So you can make a deception check, please.
Okay.
Contested, yeah.
Hi.
Can I see him?
Yeah,
That'd be
well, I
like-
mean, if you're paying attention, sure.
I'd
I
be
mean,
an
he's
18.
just over at the bar.
Oh, so are they at the other end of the bar?
Yeah.
Our head of security.
So what was that deception check?
18.
Okay. She kind of says, "Head of security, are you?"
Yes.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in protecting what you wish to protect and liberating whatever you wish to liberate. Wink.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
My vault was in the northern section, you recall. I do know what's in it.
Of course. I don't know you. I don't know what. I would have no need of whatever's in there.
She's just smiling and nodding and saying, "Don't worry. I will."
I'm gonna. Seeing as I see my, Can I see my head of security talking to a lady?
Yeah.
What in the world is this? I didn't know you had it in ya. I come down with 2 beers.
And suddenly she's just kind of saying, "Well, aren't you the strapping groom? I was just speaking to the head of security. It sounds like your two families have the best possible man for the job."
Absolutely. But if you've gotten his attention, you must be one hell of a warrior.
Well,
He's
you
a
know,
good
more of
judge
a
of
mage than a
character.
warrior. I don't get into fighting unless it's absolutely necessary.
Well, you know he's a.
It's more security reasons than anything.
Oh, you're a downer when it comes to the love thing, but I see you're down here with the one lone lass.
All right.
I mean, there are female dwarfs here. Like, there's other lady dwarfs. This just happens to be a tabaxi. But
yeah, I say that and then I stomp off.
I love pulling his beard. He gets so upset.
yeah, I could imagine.
What? You don't find him impressive? He's a great warrior. He wouldn't be my head of security if not.
You know what? I think he's extremely impressive.
Well then, you could be his +1 to the festivities later.
Oh no, I hate weddings. They always make me cry and ruin my makeup.
Oh god.
All right. At this point, I think Gorat is going to come down and say, "Okay, I think you've had enough to drink. Come on,
Enough to drink.
come on."
Yeah. By the way, Gorat, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and rule that. No, I don't know. I mean, I was just going to say make another perception check.
Me?
Who?
Gorat, you know.
Gorat?
Yeah.
The person who hasn't done anything. Yeah.
Well, also
Just
just
walk
the
over
yeah.
and saw this interaction.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
And it's also to notice whether or not that very important key you were given is still in your pocket.
Oh no, no clue. I got a 3.
All right. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
You're in these dwarf bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, and
You know
wrangling
what
this
dwarf
guy
pockets feel like.
Yeah, wrangling this guy's a full-time job.
Mhm.
Come on, back to the party, back to your bride.
Do I see anything?
Yeah, so I mean, no, this was a check to notice if they realized that there was the key was missing from their pockets. There's nothing to see. Yeah. But all right, so like, what's the plan, you guys? You know, the clock is ticking. You know, I think you're almost at the point where everyone's going to be escorted to guest quarters.
We need to acquisitionate.
Right. So we need the two people with the keys and somebody with the tools, and we keep the people who are gone to the vault as small as possible to avoid detection. So that, and then so that's I point at Nobilis, and I point at Billy, who's got one key, and the other keys. What's the other key?
Gorat.
Gorat. So let's hit the I point at Gorat. So.
Yeah. So
you're the team,
and maybe distraction out front in case there's a guard that wanders by.
I think at this point, Gorat, you probably noticed you don't have the key anymore.
Yeah. Patting my pockets. Yeah. Did any of you pick that up? It must have fallen out of my pocket somewhere.
Oh, don't worry.
What?
I've got. I just raised my hand.
Wait, why do you have the key?
Don't ask any questions.
Yeah, no, it must have fallen out of my pocket. I am not the head of security, so thanks for picking that up. That would have been embarrassing.
Tie a string around it.
Check my pocket just to make sure it's where I have it.
Right.
So,
so I think at this point the dwarf servants are saying, all right, you know, it's time for you to go and make your preparations. We got to show you to the guest quarters. We've got rooms for all of you. Make sure you get yourselves all prettied up for the ceremony.
I put my arm around my paw and my bride. I'm like, well, I've had a little bit too much to drink.
Well,
you should definitely help me, because I would hate to fall asleep here and miss my wedding.
Well, that's why we give you some extra time after lunch after all. Get a nap in.
Quite generous. I didn't think it would be a problem, but
yeah.
Come along. Let's all get in.
And I'm supposed to marry you.
You're a great drinker. That's why I'm married you.
I'm having some serious concerns about this thing.
So you're all kind of being escorted to the rooms for now. So, and I mean, at that point, you know, the servants don't stick around. They basically just let you know. It's like, you know, if you need anything, just give us a ring. We'll be just back in the tavern area cleaning up for now. But if you need anything, just let us know.
Thank you so much.
Could I trouble you for a small kit of... No, never mind.
No. Can I look at the southern section of the map for a moment?
Yeah,
yes,
so,
please.
Yeah, you guys did study this whole layout.
Yeah.
So down here, of course, there's dwarven residences of the dwarves that live here. Big forge and armory here. Other just general rooms. Over here is the temple. This is where the wedding ceremony will be.
Where's our rooms?
The guest quarters is where I was just showing you right up here on the upper left here. Guest quarters.
Okay. So the quickest way to the vaults is going to be past the barracks, but I was trying to look for an alternate way around that was less likely to come across guards, and I don't think there is one.
No, you pretty much have to either go through the barracks, or you'd have to go all the way back into the Hall of War, through the Hall of Elders, into this den, and go in that way. Or theoretically, it could be all the way down here.
Yeah. But I think the temple's a good cover, at least, to say that's where I was going to just go to scout it out, and that's how I got lost.
And since I'm the priest, I have a perfect excuse to go to the temple. I want to see where I'm doing the ceremony. So that
makes sense.
And also, if you guys need a distraction to pass the barracks, I can go in, obviously, again, to talk war and fight it.
Yeah.
Well, we could head to the temple and cause a distraction there.
I don't think we want to increase the alert level here any more than we already have.
Well,
Until we're ready to.
Says
Well,
the
until we're
person
ready
who
to
did that
Right.
already.
Well, okay. So I'll stay in the room and cover for Gwendolyn in case somebody comes looking for her, and then I'll say she's not feeling well, and I'm attending to her, and I'll keep the room closed, and then she can stealth with you, Tanis, and
and I can meander with them and peel off at the barracks, and
Rala.
and my father can go with them, and if things happen, he can say he was looking for the temple.
I'm looking for the temple, obviously.
All right.
Sounds interesting. I wonder what the dress is like.
We're about to find out.
It is lovely. You have it there in your things that were brought up from the caravan.
Oh wait, you said Gwen. That's me.
Yes.
Why is,
You're going
why is
to
Gwen going?
stealth, dear.
Why is Gwen going?
Because she knows the past has to get to the voice to get through to the other room.
No, remember during until the wedding is over, that inner door was going to be left.
Oh, that's right. It was open. Sorry.
Yeah, until after the wedding, because
Probably best she
it
stays
is
with me.
literally so that you guys can access your own gift until the
I
wedding.
got it.
Yeah.
Probably best she stays with me.
I got it. Me and Gwen will go with, but we'll peel off before we get to the barracks. And if they see us, we'll say we just couldn't keep our hands off one another when you guys get into the vault.
That's hardly proper behavior for two people getting married.
It's entirely proper behavior for two people getting married.
I've never been married before, so I'm a little confused on the process.
And what's more thrilling than finding a place that's not really supposed to be a place?
Oh my god, good work.
Yep, that's good.
Did we just lose
Okay.
someone?
I'm feeling good about this.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
No worries. All right. So, what's the plan? Who's leaving? Who's staying?
Toman is going because he has the key.
Gorad is staying because he has no skills.
All right.
And you can still cover for her and say that she's not feeling well,
Mm-hmm.
when in reality, snuck off to have some entertainment.
Yeah, you run interference if any servants come through and have questions or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, this will work.
As will Amara.
Just
So I think everyone else is going. Amara and Gora are staying. Is that right?
Because remember,
What it
guys,
sounded like.
All right.
to be fair and honest, whatever happens to these bodies doesn't actually matter.
I don't
It
want to
matters
make a mess.
some.
It's a
It
secondary
really does
priority.
matter.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
fine.
It
Dennis,
matters.
let the
It
scope is
matters.
scandalous.
Yeah. It's a nice to have.
It's gonna be scandalous.
All right. So we've got those of you staying behind in the guest quarters, and those of you who are making your way out back around here.
Yeah.
All right. You're heading down here. Were you going by the barracks? Is that the plan?
Yeah, that's less likely to
What
be
are-
honest.
What are those rooms with the blue squares in the middle? Are those other guest rooms, or is that?
Oh, yeah. These are like they're like bathrooms.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, obviously we can just go through one of those to get quickly.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like you're coming along this way, I would imagine. You know.
Yeah,
And then but so then you still have to get by the barracks room. So are you sneaking by, or is someone?
Yes, I would say we would sneak by, but at the entrance to the area with the vaults, if we just so happen to be spotted, I'll grab my fiancée and give her a large, passionate kiss.
All right. So at this point, let's get everyone who's sneaking by the barracks making a stealth check.
Ooh. Not bad.
18.
18. Okay, 18's
21.
21.
15.
Great.
18.
Nice.
13.
Wow, everyone, yeah, you guys, you make it past the barracks and no one seems to have noticed.
Beauty.
Okay.
Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Next
All right.
stage is
Yeah.
to get into our room in the vault.
Yep. So, yeah, you guys are, I mean, the normal expectation was that you would have asked someone if you were going to be, going to the vaults, but otherwise it was intended that you would be able to access the vaults if you needed to. So, yeah, you're heading through there. You can get to, this first door.
I'll make sure to shut the door that we entered in.
Sure.
Yep, we're going to close it behind us, and set a watch out there of the people who are not necessary to this operation.
Mm-hmm.
That's me and my fiance.
Yes.
No, I want to look at the door.
So you can certainly open the door with the 2 keys, right?
Mm-hmm.
It might, I'm just going to say, like, as you guys are there, I think what you would sort of feel like is probably, it might make more sense even for the watch to be standing inside that inner door, or like inside this first room.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if anyone's just glancing down the hall, they don't necessarily see anything amiss. Like,
absolutely.
But of course, like, in principle, you're allowed to be in there.
Yep.
It's just, you don't want anyone to see what you're doing in there is all.
Yeah.
Right. So we want to close that outer door because there's probably going to be some noise.
Yeah.
And going to go into the inner area.
Yeah.
I'm going to start working on that wall, the common wall, to kind of scrape mortar or crack a few stones, whatever's required to make a small hole in between.
So basically, here's what the wall requires. You need to do bludgeoning damage to it to make a hole. And so what means are you using to make this bludgeoning damage?
I've got masonry tools.
Okay,
so,
yeah. So I would think then that, you guys, it's going to take a little bit of time. It's not instantaneous. But I think after, it's, maybe 15 minutes with the tools, you're able to make a hole wide enough. So first you're pounding through stone.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to make a hole just barely big enough for the smallest creature that I can turn into to squeeze through.
You don't have your magic.
I don't.
But he's a doppelganger.
Yeah, he's a doppelganger.
Who can turn into other humanoids.
Right. So the smallest humanoid that I can turn into, because I can turn into small
Fair
creatures. So, like, imagine the smallest halfling.
No, I got you. I'm on board.
Heck, you could turn it to me.
I just wanted to make sure we were following the rules. That's all. So yeah, you make that hole, and I think maybe everyone else might, be a little just like the hole's a little small still, right? But you make the hole in the stone, and then you get to there's a layer of lead, but lead is relatively easy to, pierce with that sort of thing. Right. It's soft metal, so you're able to kind of peel that away, and then you got another layer of stone that tink, 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 tink.
To knock through from that side.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to have enough stone left behind to be able to put in the place. I'm trying to remove stones more than break them as much as I can, so that I can put them back into place.
Yeah. No, I got you, especially with the masonry tools. Yeah. No, I think that is going to be much easier to make that look right compared to if,
or at least right to a casual observer.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm going to tell the people I'm with, we want to rearrange the boxes when we're done to be in front of this hole. So the hole's going to be low to the ground, so we can just put a crate in front of it once we're done.
All right.
And then I'm going to transform and go in and look around for the.
So I think everyone else that is there is astounded when you suddenly turn into a different thing.
Bloody hell! What?
How many tools did you have?
I've not been drinking, but Jesus!
Quiet.
Son, quiet. Oh, unless we had this door closed, in which case I can't hear any of that because I'm here.
Well,
And the
so
other-
I
and the
think,
other
I think, I don't think you would have. I mean, you wouldn't have closed that inner door unless you wanted to close it.
Yeah, I think Gwen should probably haul off and kiss her betrothed to shut him up.
I'm just going to haul off and slap him across the face.
But so yeah, so in the meantime, though, once there's the hole, you can
threaten me
see
with
into
it.
the other vault, and you see statues of human-sized brass dragons stand at the center of the vault, their heads pointed at a globe of light hovering in the air between them. A circular clockwork device floats within the light, recognizable even at a distance as one of the components of the Orrery of the Wanderer.
I want to look over this arrangement because this looks really trappy.
Mm-hmm.
So, investigation, perception.
Well, I guess, are you just still looking through the hole, or have you entered the vault yet?
I've poked my head through. It's not a big space.
Okay. So how close do you get as you're inspecting?
Well, I mean, if it's a 10-foot by 10-foot space, then I'm like 6 feet away.
Yeah. So from 6 feet away, nothing has happened. You
Okay.
are, I guess make an investigation check if you're sort of like circling it at about that radius.
What's in there?
17.
So you detect some very subtle movements in these clockwork dragons, as though they are not actually moving to address you or do anything directly to respond to you, but it seems like there's sort of a, it's like when the motion detector light in your backyard turns on, right? It's a little bit like they have engaged. There is something happening. They are not moving, obviously, but little, servos are whirring inside.
Look here, I don't know what you are. What do you see in there?
There's some.
I think any of you
mechanical-
looking through the hole can see these clockwork dragons.
Should you really not have pants on? This is distracting.
Yeah, certainly when you made yourself smaller, those
Yeah.
clothes you're in don't fit. Yeah.
Can I make a knowledge arcana check?
Yeah.
To see if these are either golems or some sort of magically animated or some sort of magically protected thing.
Sure.
I wish to
Yeah.
try as well.
Okay, both of you make a check.
Ooh. Yeesh. 10.
A bad
Okay.
roll. 18.
Well, so 10, I think, they're obviously clockwork things that look like they have all sorts of points of articulation, so they can probably move, but you wouldn't necessarily have any other sense of what they can do. With an
They are
18,
clockwork. They're clockwork. Do I get my tinkering bonus too?
so with that, I think you recognize that not only can they move, but they do seem to be enchanted with some degree of, limited sentience.
They are
Awareness.
protectors.
I come back to the hole and kind of whisper back. All right, here's my plan. I'm going to grab it, throw it through the hole, and stay here. You guys plug up the hole from your side. They'll probably kill me, which is just fine, because then they'll discover the corpse of a doppelganger inside the cell, and hopefully you will be able to get away before I'm discovered.
Won't that set off an alarm?
Depends on whether these things are hooked into their systems or not. I can check to see if that looks like it's the case, but it's magic. I probably won't be able to tell.
No.
One interesting thing is whoever comes to the door has to be the one who has the keys to get in. Otherwise, no one
Exactly.
can get in.
But they might inspect this side, so you'll want to plug up the other side as best you can.
I
Your
don't think we'll have
dwarves,
time enough for this.
Okay, okay. Seal it up except for a small hole. I'll grab it, pass it through the hole, the dragons will kill me, and then seal it up the rest of the way afterwards.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they will stop until the actual item is back where it needs to be.
Oh,
So
Is it
how about-
bound by anything too? Is it held there, or is it just sitting there?
I have a feeling that when it's floating between. It's in some kind of a field, right?
Yeah, it's in like a bubble of light.
Okay.
So how about you grab it, and how about everyone other than myself and my fiance go ahead and get ready at the main door. Have it open and ready to go. You grab the item, throw it to us. We leave. If an alarm sounds, then everyone else can make their way out while me and my fiance make out.
No,
So, in order to leave out the front door, you would absolutely need to let the whole Horn Enclave know so that they could reopen the big stone doors.
yeah, and here, and the second of all,
No. I mean the vault doors. Vault
Okay.
doors.
No.
yeah.
no.
Not the main.
Put the item with our gifts. Hide it with the.
So at all this conversation, one of the clockwork dragons turns its whole little head around, and suddenly it asks in sort of a robotic little voice, "Who are you, and what are your ideals?"
Oh, it speaks. This is so nice.
This is not nice. Not nice.
No.
You know what? The time has come for action.
Who are you, and what are your ideals?
Oh
Interesting
boy.
question.
We are people of little concept.
No. You're not in the room. It's asking me. It doesn't even know you're there yet. I'm going to change back into a dwarven form. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
naked. Okay, whatever.
They could pass your clothes through the hole, I suppose.
Not necessary.
I don't think the clockwork dragons care.
Yeah. And say, I am Norg, and my ideal is getting my hands on the belt of dwarvenkind.
The clockwork dragons kind of look at one another like they're sort of processing or consulting with one another, and they just say, and they sort of nod, and then they say, "Who do you serve?"
I am my own master.
Why have you come to Lottie's vault?
My ultimate goal is to steal the belt of dwarvenkind.
Why do you seek the orrery?
I don't seek the orrery.
Wait, did they just say the orrery?
Yeah.
They did. They know.
They have stopped asking questions for the moment.
Okay. All right. Come on. Let's go with the plan.
Is it?
Put when I toss it to you, put it in with the belt of dwarvenkind.
Are you focused on the belt of dwarven kind?
Why is the belt important to you?
Look, we don't have a lot of time here.
All
And
right.
so I grab the thing from between them.
You reach up to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and your hand goes right through it, and we're rolling initiative.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I
Well,
have a feeling this mission's gonna fail.
Oh
my.
All right. So I think right now, nobody really else has even the possibility of going in there to help you. So it's
That's
just
right.
you and the dragons. So
Yeah,
they
and I don't
get-
have any weapons.
Yeah.
Uh,
They get a
You're
one.
literally naked
so
before them.
So you get the impression that you attempting to grab it without answering their questions to their satisfaction, they're treating you as hostile now. But you are going to get the opportunity to go first because they rolled a 1 for their initiative.
Given that I'm in a room with 2 clockwork dragons and I have no armor or weapons,
I mean, you could dive back through the hole.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would serve the mission at all.
Well, what
Um,
serves the mission about the current circumstance?
Um,
Letting them burn you doesn't seem like it serves anything.
it actually makes things slightly better because instead of having a mysterious activation of the security in this room, they'll find a doppelganger corpse.
Okay.
Did
I do not follow your logic, but it is your decision to make.
Did I hear? By the way, did I hear the questions they offered?
Yeah. But right now we have Rala / Arwen's turn to take before they act.
Yeah.
Says, I already have the orrery. I don't need to seek it.
You say that?
Yes.
They hang on. Let's see. When you say that,
I want that piece in order to complete it.
Oh, okay. Well, at this point, they will just say, "It is best not to cross Lottie. She destroys all who dare rise against her. She does not wish the Orrery reunited. She created the Orrery, but scattered it deliberately."
What?
Well, I got nothing for that.
That's amazing.
I take. You know what? I take it back. Your hand did not. It did go right through the thing, but you ended up with a tiny leather pouch.
Okay, so do I? So
when you
okay.
readdressed them, like with conversation again, they stopped looking like they were about to attack.
Okay, I will toss the pouch out the hole. I don't have time to look inside because I am staying talking to the dragons.
Okay.
Why does she not want to reassemble the orrery?
They don't answer.
What's in the pouch?
Can I catch it?
Yeah, sure.
I just tossed it out the
through
hole.
Yeah, whoever can pick it up. So you pick it up, and inside the pouch are 30 little tiny coins that you initially think are gold, but then you realize that it is actually just gold foil over copper. And they are stamped with the letter L. And there is a note bearing a message in Regal script that says, "Congratulations on the determination that got you this far in search of the Wheel of Stars. And sorry that your reward has been denied you. The wheel has been with me always, and even as this ruse is ended, I promise it shall never be given over to those who would use the power of the orrery for woe. If that be you, feel free to face me and know your doom. But if perchance you have come here seeking the orrery so as to destroy it, well then, you have piqued my interest. My name is Lottie. Find me if you can."
Okay, guys.
Okay. did they tell me that?
So just come back through the hole.
Okay.
Things have changed.
All right. I will shrink back down and squirm through the hole.
I reiterate that to them, and then I go.
Okay. Let's close this back up. Put a crate in front of the hole, and
Pretend this never happened.
And we'll just go through the rest of our routine.
You
All
gotta
right.
find out who this Lottie is here.
That's a very good question.
That is a very good question. That is the thing I was going to ask. Is that, do we wait through this whole ceremony, or do we just go back now?
We can't leave now.
We
Because-
don't get our bodies back until sundown anyway, so we might as well go through. We might as well not ruin these people's lives. We might as well go through the ceremony. Then when the sun sets, we'll go back to normal, and that'll be fine. We can't go back to normal before then anyway.
That is very true and very good, but that's not the point. This is Lottie's vault, cared for by these dwarves here. They must know who Lottie is and where she can be found. We have
That's
to find
true.
this out.
That's a very good point.
We have to find this out.
But how do we do that without tipping our hand that we've been trying to break into a vault?
there are stories that have been made about characters, or maybe you get someone drunk, or maybe I don't know.
Or our head of security asks, "Oh, who else has vaults here?" And
There must be a ledger. There must be
Right.
records.
Since I still have my brain, can I make a history check to see if I've heard of a Lottie?
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
That sounds like a no.
I don't think it's gonna work. Ooh. 13?
You know a Lottie Smith, and you know a Lottie Evans, but you don't think either of them could construct something like the Orrery of the Wanderer.
There must be places where stories are told here, and where stories are recorded. There must be a book describing at least who owns what vault, if nothing else. The cat person has one, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't think any of us here are the type to go read a book.
I think you guys also know that certainly once you get out, you could probably make use of the head office's intel and your own research separately.
Yeah.
But
Did
they're
they?
here now.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing they didn't give us a way to dispel the magic ahead of schedule.
No.
Not an
No.
easy one, but there is a way.
There is. I was thinking.
Our minds will be
my
removed
God.
when the body dies.
Oh no.
no, we're not going to
Let's
take the
not do
Suicide
that.
Express.
We could Romeo.
But I,
We could Romeo and Juliet this thing.
Master
I
is out of the
protest.
terrible
From a meta says you hear Gorat saying, "I protest this."
Yeah,
Someone
I-
might know something. Maybe this Lottie has been back before. Maybe they've seen them and they can describe them.
Two cloaks.
Or maybe there's a statue in the whole Hall of the Hero thing.
The two cloaks. She seems to know a lot, or at least not be one of these guys. So maybe she would know something about the history of this place, seeing as we are not familiar with it.
I will not be the one to ask Lottie, or ask about Lottie.
So
You've
once
already-
again, the meta voice in the in echoes throughout the chamber to say, "You'll be able to find out who Lottie is once you leave."
Yes.
Wait,
Thanks,
are we
Meta
to
Voice.
ignore the rest of this plot? That's it.
Yep. Ignore it. Skip it. It's at 7:00.
No. Okay. How did the wedding go?
Well, no, I mean, you decide whether you're actually leaving. I'm just saying that you don't have to find out that information before you leave. Is all I'm saying.
Ah, okay.
We don't have to skip the wedding. You guys can stay and do the wedding. I would be thrilled.
Yeah. Let's stay and do the wedding.
All
Stay, do the
right.
wedding. Yes.
So
I feel helpless without my magic.
I think might be a good idea, and time to maybe not role play to the wedding.
Oh.
Sure. Well,
Unless-
so how about
Well,
this?
let's montage the wedding.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you guys make your way back to the guest quarters without difficulty. And so at this point, having already discovered that it's not there, basically you're just on the ride, right? Like this is the theme park ride on rails. Just doing what, all of this has been planned out. It's a wedding after all. You're just following the painted line on the floor, so to speak. So it gets to a point where at 4:30, have you all like gotten dressed and prepared and everything?
Oh,
Hope
yeah.
we get together and share all of
Yeah.
our information
Yeah,
and then
you-
get dressed and
Oh,
prepared.
sure. Like you certainly share that with each other, and you find too that if you kind of just relax, your body kind of will move on autopilot a little bit. And so you're getting prepared. Although I would say certainly, I think there, and it's also I think customary that like dwarves are not like heavily made up. Like the hair is not like the big deal for them. There is a dress, for the bride. So probably that's interesting. It was we brushed past fade to black on that. But at a certain point, it is time to go to the temple. It's time. The guests,
Going to
the
the
servants
temple.
come and let you know. Rizwin is leading you south through the Hall of War, east past the Dwarven residences to the temple. Let's see, get the temple. There we go on the map. And at this point, Ironbeard has come to join. The temple is beautifully carved to depict the Morden Saman, the Dwarven pantheon, including 5 statues of Moradin, Clangeddon Silverbeard, Baranar True Silver, and Hela Brightex. And there's some initial pleasantries. And then Rizwin indicates to Jorman, you may begin the ceremony.
All right, so I'm going to try to draw on the memories of the thoughts of Jorwin as much as possible, because I don't think if I started praying to my goddess that would go very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try to fake my way through marrying my son and his bride to be as best I can.
Mm-hmm. So there is a brief compulsion that overcomes Tommen as the ceremony begins.
I'm sorry, what was that about?
Oh.
Yeah, Tommen. Yes?
Hey.
So, as the ceremony begins, a brief compulsion overwhelms Tommen. And Tommen, you feel compelled to slip out of the ceremony, and the security expert in you just needs to make sure that nothing's been stolen. But because we're in montage mode, fortunately for you, your compulsion drives you to go check the vault, determine that nothing has been stolen, and then return. But you're doing that while the ceremony continues. So,
Okay.
if anything had been stolen, Tommen would have felt compelled to come back and say, "There's been a theft."
Okay.
Okay, all right. So, Jorman, how's this ceremony go? You want to make a performance check for me?
I do want to make a performance check. I think I can do this. I can do this with my...
You can do it. You can do it.
That would be a 15.
All right, yeah, it's not bad. I think a lot of the guests are in attendance are surprised that you don't go for any of the classic standard dwarven marriage tropes. It's kind of an untraditional ceremony. It's a little strange, but you know what? I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting. Maybe it does take a fresh, original ceremony to unite these long warring clans. And so yeah, everyone is reasonably impressed. It's pleased. And then the hall goes quiet, and everyone looks to the wedding couple, and you probably belatedly realize there's vows expected.
Oh God! Floats up.
Good luck, dear.
I think you go first.
Well, of course I would, my dear. When I first laid eyes on you and your beard, I had faced down goblins and ogres and trolls and never froze. But I froze. Your beard and your presence are so magnificent, I couldn't help but make you my bride.
Are you done?
You got a little T'Challa in there too. I like that.
I know.
That was very, very nice. And pat him on the shoulder. I would just like to say that I hope that the time that this bring together is good for all of you two. Because then all of you coming together makes happiness. And when the happiness is flow, it's like good beer. Yeah.
Oh, what are we saying? Give me a kiss!
I'm not finished yet. I have more to say. I will assert my place in
sounds
this
like you are-
relationship.
I definitely kissed my wife.
Make a grapple check.
Oh God.
Oh my god. I love it.
So they use their
God.
skills?
Oh god!
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah, so I think Gwendolyn resists your initial impression. She is not done with her vow.
Hand on the face. Hold that. I'm not finished yet. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I like you very much. But they need to know that this is love. And love is for a long time.
Oh, I want to love you for a long time.
Oh, my
I'm not
son.
so sure about this thing now, but despite our difference, I will wed. Oh, sorry, I have a cold.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Very timid,
I
leaving
love-
it in for the.
Aww.
Aw.
You need to just drain that beer.
Yeah. The audience applauds and cheers, and everyone is joyously escorted to the dining hall, which has been festooned with colored streamers and lit with huge braziers. Long tables in the center include platters of food and seats for guests, while a table nearby holds gifts from attendees, including a few from Clan Horn. Servers bring ale and spirits. The mood is festive. Ironbeard, Rizwin, and even 2 dry cloaks are here. Didn't attend the ceremony, but it's there for the party, sure. And though Lady Kira and Lord Zardock are not. But at this point, Gorat, you realize it's time for toasts. And you are suddenly compelled. You are old battle companion of Tanis. And you know that he's left his barbarian ways behind to marry Gwendolyn, and you want to support him in that. But you want to see once and for all that Tanis has changed, and so you want to give a toast that encourages him to talk about his great battle prowess. But secretly, you hope that Tanis turns down the challenge because he's leaving that behind. But first, we need you to go ahead and make that toast, please.
Okay.
If you like, you can just make a performance check for it. Up to you. No pressure. Except, for the pressure that, Bugs/Gorat is under.
Yeah. Guests, I give you the bride and groom. The bride in her beauty and her fairness to all, and the groom with his battle prowess, his hardened warrior spirit that has been brought low by the beauty before him. I have fought beside this dwarf on many battlefields. I have seen him kill goblins and orcs and trolls and wargs, all without fail. But to see him brought low by this Darrow, oh, it grieves my heart to lose him as a fellow warrior.
So I think that there's a little bit of a hush in the crowd, like, oh, well, there's a little bit of a call out in this toast. And they all turn to Tanis.
I see what you're doing, and I thank you. But I've laid down my battle axe for the life of a husband and a father. You make me proud to try to keep me in my warrior spirit. We've been meant to many things. And in this case, let's drink!
Then you have
cheers.
my blessing.
Yeah.
And you have my axe to defend your family.
So at this point, Gwendolyn, you feel upon you a compulsion. You have to borrow Gorat's key and go to the vault and bring the suit of armor that you've brought as a gift to, give to your husband. This suit of armor. But as nothing has actually been stolen, there's no actual crisis at the moment. You're able to do that without difficulty. And you bring it back, and it is a princely gift. Everyone cheers. It's a wonderful suit of armor to show that you still respect the fighter in him, even as you're grateful that he is, laid down his weapon to be with you.
So thoughtful.
Yeah, I think there's hugs all around.
Yay!
Hey.
So, the various compulsions that some other people might have did not get triggered because the conditions didn't arise. But basically, everyone agrees that this was a splendid ceremony. It went off without a hitch. Wonderful. What a lovely day that these two warring clans have finally been able to set their differences aside and unite in such a lovely ceremony. Clan Horn's very pleased that this all went off without a hitch. Shows how good they are. They're excited. It's time for the departure. Everyone's just kind of hanging out and partying until it's time to, all the gifts get loaded up. You guys probably do some clever arranging to just try to say, "Oh yeah, we'll get them, and we want to leave some in the vault, so as to leave the hole covered up."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you are able to do that without difficulty, and the time has come to say any final words to Clan Horn as you bid your farewells for the day.
Hi. Someone would say, Your security is better than I could have imagined."
Ah, well, thank you.
Well, it's not a hand for a hearty handshake.
Yes.
I definitely love the food. My goodness, I didn't think you could cook so well.
Ignore him. He really loved your beer.
I
Our
like
clan
your
again
doors.
thanks you for your hospitality and your honor bestow amongst this wonderful time. And
You have really nice doors, but you're all a little too loud.
Oh, my daughter-in-law. My
I'm
daughter.
sorry, I have a cold.
Yeah, it's gonna catch us all eventually.
All right. So
Yes,
after
Siri.
a wonderful, lovely day, you're all bundled back up into the travel caravan, and this new united clan rolls off into the sunset. At which point, you guys suddenly feel yourself lurched and wake up back in your own bodies. And Draylen's probably there, going, "What is it? You didn't throw the thing out the window. What's wrong?"
Did I not get a chance to throw the? Can I get a chance to throw some of the gifts out of the window?
Well,
No.
No.
let's talk about it. There are other dwarf servants that, like, some of the gifts, like, you could, like, if I think we're going to want either sleight of hand or a stealth check. Tell me which gift you would try to do that with. I mean, because the orrery component is relatively small, so it wouldn't necessarily be that obvious, but...
So there was the belt, dwarven kind. There was platinum rods.
Yeah.
adamantium bars,
Yeah, we're gonna adamantium bar.
mithril half plate.
Question. What happened with the pouch? Did we leave that in the vault?
I think you probably took it with you.
Yeah, that we probably definitely
Yeah,
needed to get rid
Pouch
of.
and the note. The pouch
Yeah.
and the note.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll say at least that you tossed out. Did you want to try anything else, Kip?
At least the belt and at least some of the
All right.
adamantium.
I think being modest is the best way. I think like one adamantium bar would be very valuable.
Mhm.
And
Well,
and
you know, this is Kip's call. This
Yeah.
Kip deciding to do this. So,
The belt.
as the groom in possession of these fine gifts.
Oh, I'm in possession of them in quick reach.
Well,
Absolutely.
not like literally everything. I mean, you're not going to dump like 50 pounds of adamantine out the window.
Oh,
But you have the gift. You have access to them.
So I would definitely like to throw the belt
All right.
and at least as many bars as I can before they stop me.
Okay.
before
Before
who
they
stopped
stop you is going to be like if they notice you're doing it,
Oh,
I was
they're
gonna
going
go
to
back
stop
and
the
get it.
caravan and go back and get them.
Okay, then fine. I will absolutely try to sneakily slide them out of the back of this caravan.
All right.
God.
So go
You're
ahead
gonna
and
freaking
make
hit me in the
make
head. I'll have a concussion.
stealth or sleight of hand check.
You greedy bastard.
16.
I think that you managed to get the belt out, but there's a little bit of like one of the carriage drivers almost saw you, and you think maybe you shouldn't push your luck any further than that. But you did get the pouch out and the belt, and it's something that the subconscious within you knows that when that goes missing, it's probably going to start the war up again.
Oh God.
But yeah, so Draylin, for some reason, instead of the orrery component, they tossed out a little pouch with some fake gold coins in it and a belt, big fancy belt.
Hey, Bug. You owe me.
So, hey Lee, this is the second game in which you have been given a belt of dwarven kind.
You seriously want me to have the belt of dwarven kind?
It sounds like it was given to you.
I will not say no.
I look up at you in my 4-foot-tall sorcerer form. What am I gonna do with it?
I will absolutely take that with pleasure.
I wanted the
I have to
adamantine
get to
bar-
you all first.
I wanted the adamantine bars, but the coach driver saw me trying to slide it out of the window.
Yeah. So as you guys, get out with your goods, you sort of reconcile, compare notes that you were, not able to recover that particular component. At this point, let's take a real quick break. I'm going to bring Hugh in for our last segment, and I'm also going to briefly stop the stream and then restart it again, just so that we have another gap. But for the moment, another quick bio break, and then we'll come back in for the last stretch. By the way, you're all level 6 now. You can do that while we're working.
Yay!
Someone vamp.
Hey.
Hi. Who's vamping? Are you vamping?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I definitely wanted to role play Frisky Newlyweds.
It's not that kind of stream, damn it.
It was PG.
Uh-huh. Sure. Anyway, so if you are watching this, thank you so much for watching the So Many Levels Extra Life campaign of Acquisitions Incorporated. We have met the goal of $1,000. Hey, Chooch.
Hey there.
How is this compared to your previous campaign?
Oh,
Or not your previous campaign, but the ongoing campaign that you play.
Right. Oh, it's extremely different because obviously the pacing's different, and the setting certainly gives way to more comedy.
Yeah. Hugh, I know you're trying to call in, but you're calling me on the wrong thing. Christiana has to call you in.
She has to join you in. Yeah.
Calm down. Calm down and quit calling me. So yeah, we raised $1,000. We can totally raise more, which would be cool because it all goes to sick kids through the Children's Miracle Network, and the hospital that we are donating to is the Boston Children's Hospital. Isn't that right, GM of GM?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to briefly interrupt this stream by just closing it down for just a moment. And then we'll be right back in literally seconds. But we'll be right back.